saying, please, this is getting worse, not better. What are you going to do about it?
And there have been reports that the US has deployed special operation forces, additional fighter jets, and also placed bombers on high alert. What does this tell us about Washington's military planning? And also, Tobias, there's been speculation with what we're seeing on the Iraq border. There could be a limited ground invasion by US forces through the Iraq border.
So for me, it suggests that Donald Trump is listening more to the Department of War, it's now called, rather than the State Department, which is where strategy and the thinking should actually start. He's wanting to use might, military force, the capabilities that America offers, thinking that is going to produce results. Well, we saw that in the start of this war, that it didn't actually change anything significantly. You've still got the regime in place. They are still pursuing a nuclear weapon in the longer terms. They still have a range of military assets able to rain down, not just in the Straits of Hormuz, but indeed further than this. So all this claim by Donald Trump and his team to say that somehow the Iranian forces have been annihilated, this simply is not true. So to go in there with even more force, is that going to solve anything? We need greater thought about the strategy as to where this actually takes you to give you that off-ramp that takes us back to the peace. Otherwise, at the moment, it's going to be the Gulf nations increasingly drawn into this conflict.
Yes, of course, Kuwait, Jordan and Bahrain reporting daily alerts and also intercepting missiles and drones coming from Iran. But oil has now risen above $100 a barrel. That's for the first time since May, with the conflict now threatening two of the world's most important shipping routes. Do you think we're now in a really dangerous phase of this war? Because you're talking about diplomacy, but there doesn't appear to be a diplomatic off-ramp. I know there are back-channel talks happening, but now it just seems to be focused on escalation.
Absolutely right to point that out, because this is, again, Iranian tactics to actually continue this on, prevent not just the oil, but fertilizer as well, getting out of the region. That not only causes the prices to surge, as you've just mentioned, over $100 now, but also fertilizers mean that you can't grow the crops and so forth around the world. So this, from an Iranian perspective, is actually telling the world, you're involved here, you're going to be affected, and it's all America's fault. That's what Donald Trump then needs to wake up to. And of course, he's got his own domestic challenges ahead, the midterm elections coming up in November. I'm sure Iran wants to drag this out further and further to make sure that Donald Trump is punished at the ballot box in November.
And the IRGC is warning Britain over allowing US bombers to fly from British bases. How seriously should the UK take this threat?
You know, it's an indication just to how many types of escalatory ladders there are in the world that could see the world move into a state of conflict. The fact that we now have Britain being drawn into this too in a similar sort of way, other countries as well, with no obvious off-ramp as we're talking about. So we are going to be tested. Britain has to be on its guard. And of course, these allies, adversaries work together. Right now in Britain, just off our shores, we have a Russian frigate doing live fire exercises in the English Channel. Never heard of before. What they're doing undersea, I don't know. They probably are looking for our undersea cables. It shows the type of grey zone warfare, you know, beneath the threshold of full war that is now growing and becoming a commonplace in our daily issues of dealing with constant crises. So we have crises in the Middle East, we have crises in Ukraine, and we have crises now closer afoot to the homeland as well. And we need to wake up and see where this is all going, working with our allies to stand up to our adversaries.
Wake up and spend more on defence, possibly, too. I think the British government might be thinking, Tobias. But Tobias, just a final thought from you. Does the UK's decision to withdraw embassy staff suggest Western governments are expecting this conflict to now worsen?
Yes, it's a normal precaution that you would see to take out the non-urgent, the senior posts and so forth, just from a safety perspective. But as you imply, yes, it's a recognition of the escalation and where potentially this should go. So at the moment, everything is pointing the wrong way. And Donald Trump needs to work with allies, needs to take advice from allies as well, not just on what the military response should be, but actually what on the political and diplomatic response should be as well.
Tobias Howard, as always, great to have you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation with Dr. Patrick Burry, Senior Associate Professor at the University of Bath. As always, Dr. Patrick, great to have you on the show. So President Trump says he will hold Iran responsible for any future Houthi attacks. To what extent does Iran control the Houthis' military decisions? And is it too far to hold Tehran accountable for every attack that happens?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. Thanks for having us on again. I think to a great extent, Iran controls what the Houthis do. Essentially, they have been responsible for the development, for a large part of the development of the Houthis' drone and missile capability over the last 5 years. There's even recent reports of them sending, commanders from the IRGC within the last month with new plans and technical know-how. So there's a very strong link between Iran and the Houthis. And yet, on the other hand, and there's that strategic guidance, the Houthis probably had to work quite hard individually as a group collectively not to get involved in the previous round of strikes when Iran was being hit back in February, March. I think what you've seen now is the Iranians basically, now that it's clear that they're going to last as a regime, they're clearly then saying to the Houthis, if you want our support and our technical know-how, of which you need to survive against the Yemeni government, you are going to have to enter this conflict. And I think we're at a point of really quite high risk as well, especially for Riyadh and Saudi Arabia here, because what you're looking at is a situation, there's a strategic play happening here, which is the front door is being closed or is closed, the strait, and now the back door, the Bab al-Mandab Strait, of which Saudi, exports about 5 million-ish, potentially barrels a day. Basically, as a result of the closure of the strait, is trying to increase that, is potentially closed too. So, I mean, does this, as you said to Tobias, does this raise the risk of further escalation in the region? Absolutely.
And I guess we also see the oil price jumping above $100 on exactly what you've been talking about there, Patrick. But we've also had reports of another attack on an Iraqi border. These reports began in the last 24 hours or so. I asked Tobias the same question. What do you think this suggests to you about the possible planning of a US operation on the border area?
I would say it's intelligence-led, absolutely. If you think about it, if the Iranian network moves through Iraq, Syria, and also then travels over to the Houthis as well, you're looking at border crossings being key nodes, and potentially things happening there from one side and the other, where they're trying to get logistical kit across to activate their proxies. I'd say this is the most likely course of action for what's happening. We don't have the exact details of what's happened. What I would say as well, that sort of fits in again with your question to Tobias about the special forces moving into position. Now, there's been special forces in the region for a long time. It increased during the March crisis. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's a ground invasion. As we all know, special forces have got multiple different roles, from reconnaissance to intelligence collection, to raids, to liaison partnering, etc., to guiding, heavy bombers in if need be, etc. So it's got a number of different roles, but one of them, of course, could be about raids on the border areas. The Iranians and the IRGC try to move stuff around to activate and support their proxies.
And what do you think President Donald Trump's options are at the moment? What is he looking at? Because he has said that he's seriously considering restarting major combat operations in Iran. And we have seen a 12th night of strikes. The one last night apparently went on for 5 hours. We're seeing these strikes move from southern Iran to western Iran and closer to Tehran. What's the plan here? Is there actually a coherent plan?
So, first of all, we're pretty much in major combat operations. Yeah, if this went from peacetime to this kind of thing, this would be a major combat operation. It may not be as intense as what we saw in March, but this is major now. Okay, so, the ceasefire is gone. It's pretty much a major conflict. The Iranians are flinging missiles and drones at everyone they can and trying to sink Saudi shipping too. And they've activated the Houthis, which was the final strategic bit, as a gambit that they could play. What are the options? Unfortunately, not good. I don't think it's good for the Gulf. I think the most likely outcome is that this is a perma crisis now. Iran has an asymmetry of costs in terms of that it costs them less to close the strait and impose costs on the Gulf countries and the US than it does for the US in terms of the weapon systems, the US and the Gulf countries to either intercept them or indeed bomb Iran. And so over time, and hence why Rubio is looking for, either other militaries, European militaries, to either step up militarily or pay for the operation. Over the time, it becomes a major drag on US logistics in terms of the high-end, guidance systems and air defense interceptors, and also it costs a lot of money in terms of keeping those forces sustained and supplied in the region beyond what is their normal presence. So unfortunately, a ground invasion, of Iran is a fool's gambit too, So there's no good options, unfortunately.
As you say, there's no good options, and right now Iran is conducting an asymmetric war, and it's costing them a lot less money. Pete Hegseth said the war is costing around $37 or so billion to date. It's a lot of money, but Iran seems to be able to absorb more pain at the moment. Do you think that's a right assessment of the situation?
It comes back to that cost point I said. There's an asymmetry in the costs. Yeah, it's just basically Iran can fire cheaper and has large stockpiles of drones and missiles, and it now has support. I would have thought, we know from the targeting in the first round from the Russians, likely support from the Chinese too, because they have now shown them. The Iranians have shown themselves as, apart from being or not from being a regime that was teetering on the brink, as we thought over the last 12 months up until March, but a capable ally that is potentially reshaping the strategic context in the Gulf. So it's a much more capable ally, and when you show yourself to be a capable ally and a bastion, you're going to get all kinds of support from those kind of countries that need you or they're interested in there being a bastion against the US and its allies in the region. So, yeah, it is to do with this, obviously, by dint of its geography too. Iran has a lucky card. But what I think, look, strategically, if you're sitting in the Gulf, what are the key takeaways? One, you need to militarize, and you need to militarize as quickly as possible. And that does not mean being totally reliant on US kits. So you probably need to indigenize your industrial base of whatever it exists, start spreading, diversifying your supply in terms of military kit too. Two, you obviously strategically need to diversify your energy and sea shipping routes away from the Strait, which is essentially an Iranian lake at the moment, to your other routes. But then the Red Sea, of course, is closed as well. So you need another third diversification route, probably east into Egypt through Jordan, somewhere like that. They're the main takeaways for the Gulf, but it's not good news. And I think the Iranians, of the recent, one reading of these recent incidents involving Saudi Arabia and the threat from the Houthis to target Aramco, is that they're actually ready for a play against the Iranians, of which there had been a rapprochement with, but let's see how that develops.
Yeah, definitely. Dr. Patrick Barry, as always, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov have met in Manila for another round of talks on the war in Ukraine. Both sides say a peace deal is still out of reach, with major disagreements over territory and how to end the conflict unresolved. For more on this, I'm joined by Sergei Markov, Director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesperson for President Putin. Sergei, as always, really good to have you on the show. What options does Russia have if the US continues supplying weapons to Ukraine, despite Sergei Lavrov's warning?
We expect that the situation will continue as it is now. It means that United States will not give weaponry by own money, but will sell American weaponry to Europeans, and Europeans will subsidize Ukrainian army. First, and also Americans will continue to give intelligence information from American military satellite for the targeting rocket missiles of the Ukrainian army. And also Starlink, its connection for the military units of Ukrainian army will be used. And Russia will continue special military operation trying to reach same goals which Russia set up from the beginning. Denazification of Ukraine, demilitarization of Ukraine, neutralization of Ukraine, and stopping derussification of Ukraine. I should remember that Kyiv was capital of Russia during 3 centuries.
Lavrov says Russia remains ready for a political and diplomatic resolution. You've just outlined what Russia is wanting and what they've always stood by when it comes to Ukraine. But what conditions would Moscow require before entering meaningful, peaceful negotiations? What concessions is Russia actually likely to make?
No conditions. Russia ready to start a peaceful negotiation immediately, even tonight.
Will Russia stop bombing if they enter talks?
No. It's a ridiculous idea. If you look at the history of the wars and diplomacy, you will know that 90% of the negotiation about stopping war started and continuing during the war continue. And ceasefire use maybe in the 10% of the war in the global world. And Russia even ready, by the way, to some ceasefire. But for ceasefire, Russia have very simple demands. That Europeans should give guarantees that will send no occupation troops of NATO to Ukraine. It will be no supplying of Ukrainian army by weaponry from NATO countries during this ceasefire. Because that's very clear for us that Europeans and another party of war want just to use ceasefire for the more preparation of the Ukrainian army for the more bloody and intensive war. We will say to this plan, no.
Well, President Donald Trump has actually voiced support for Ukraine's long-range drone strikes on Russia's energy infrastructure. We have seen Ukrainian attacks deep inside of Russia for the very first time. How significant is that shift? And how is Russia feeling now that the war is coming closer to their front door?
Now it's not so much significant. Yes, we have more long-range strike attack of Ukrainian army, different Russian cities, and also we have some problems with gasoline during maybe 3 weeks. But now these problems already diminished, and Russia ready to accept it. And the war is a war. And we think that these long-range strikes more used by party of war for propagandistic purposes that look, its situation on the front in the war is changed. No, it didn't change. Russian army continue to go forward. Not so quickly. It's this war not like World War II, but more like World War I. Russian army is going very slowly, step by step, but going forward.
Many people would argue, Sergei, that actually Ukraine has been on the front foot, especially when it comes to striking infrastructure inside of Russia, and they have also made their own gains. President Zelensky says Russia will step up attacks on vessels in the Black Sea. Is Moscow planning to undermine Ukraine's grain corridor? Are you planning more attacks in the Black Sea?
Now, as I know, Black Sea ports in Ukraine already, in fact, closed. It new of today fully closed. Russia want both Russia and Ukraine to put this grain on the international market, also because it's very important for the billions of people in the dozens of countries. But look, Ukrainian army, according to the order of the Vladimir Zelensky, started these drone attacks against Russian ships in the Azov Sea and the Black Sea. They started this attack on the July 5th. They violated the agreement that civilian ships should not be under the attack, and you expected that Russia would say, "Okay, let Ukrainian army attack our ships, grain ships, and we will not do the same." Of course not. Russia, after waiting 1 week and after negotiation with Europeans and Americans with idea, please influence Ukrainian regime not to open this new escalation page. Either we will have to give response. But response was from Europe silent, and as a result, Russia started intensive attack against a Black Sea port of Ukraine. I should remember, this is the response. This is the response with a few days of the breaks.
And Sergei, just quickly before I let you go, the Kremlin has declined to comment on reports that US intelligence is investigating possible Russian assistance in Iranian drone attacks on CIA facilities in the Gulf. How closely are Russia and Iran coordinating with each other right now?
We have two statements. One statement is official statement of Russian officials that we have no military coordination between Russia and Iran. Another statement of Donald Trump, which he issued in his talk with media on the Mart. They asked him, what will be American response if you know that Russians giving some intelligence information to Iran? And Donald Trump answered, but we are giving intelligence information to Ukraine, what we should expect.
Sergei Markov, as always, good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me.
My pleasure.
The UN Secretary-General is set to make a landmark visit to Syria. Antonio Guterres will become the first UN chief to visit the country since 2009, where he'll meet Syria's new leaders and reaffirm the UN support for the country. For more on this, I'm joined by Simon Jackson, Syria Programme Manager at Halo Trust. Simon, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's begin with the US Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. He's visiting Syria at a pivotal moment in the country's recovery. How significant is this visit for Syria's international standing and the country itself?
Yes, good afternoon. I think this is a really important time for Syria, and having such a high-profile visit from the head of the UN keeps Syria in the spotlight and keeps the attention on Syria internationally. This is the time to invest in Syrian stability, and that's a role that Halo can help support with the work that we do post-conflict. And I'm really encouraged to see Antonio Guterres coming to visit Syria and the Syrian authorities.
And let's get a little bit more into what the Halo Trust is doing and they're saying at the moment, because more than 140,000 refugees have crossed from Lebanon into Syria, and that's since the start of Operation Epic Fury. What are the biggest risks these newly displaced families do face?
Well, firstly, this is adding to a problem of quite a large scale. Over 3 million people have returned either from internal or external displacement to Syria since the fall of the Assad regime. That's putting pressure on infrastructure that was damaged by years and years of war. But on top of that, there's a deadly legacy of that war. There are landmines, there are other unexploded items that have been left behind by that war. And families returning from years away won't necessarily know where those threats are. They may come back to find their homes and their land littered with these really dangerous items. They won't have familiarity with the conflict that happened in the locations that they came through. And that means that they're unfamiliar with the danger to them coming back to Syria and rebuilding their lives.
But how has the renewed instability across the Middle East complicated humanitarian mine clearance efforts in Syria with trusts like yourself, the Halo Trust?
Yeah, so regional instability, really, it is bad for everybody in this region. And we've seen certainly across the southern portions of Syria, some missiles and drone interceptions resulting in effectively more explosive contamination landing in the areas that people are coming back to. But the Halo Trust is, it's business as usual for us. We have a lot of experience working in complex and often dangerous environments. And really, we are committed to removing the explosives that are blocking the recovery efforts of Syria and blocking it stepping out of its history from its own brutal conflict.
And what practical advice is the Halo Trust giving families who are returning to areas that may still be contaminated with landmines? Is it difficult to be able to know where they are?
Yes, so we have education teams that go and explain the risk of explosive ordnance and landmines and other explosive remnants of war to people that are coming back to these communities. But really the key message is be careful. Be careful when you return to your land. Be careful when you return to your home. Speak to the local community members who have already returned. Speak to the local leaders to find out if there's been a history of accidents, if there's been a history of conflict in that area. And most importantly, if you see something that you don't recognise, don't touch it. Don't let your children go near it. Some of the items that are left behind can look quite attractive, and curiosity that gets the better of kids sometimes can lead them to having some really serious accidents. But if you do see these kinds of things, really to report it to the local authorities. They can call on the Halo Trust and we can come and safely identify those explosive devices and hazards, but neutralise them and clear that blockade to these people coming back and rebuilding their communities.
And Simon, right now, how difficult is it to clear mines in areas that have only recently become accessible after years of conflict? Because, of course, landmines do move and they do shift.
Yes, well, one of the first priorities that Halo has when it enters a new area is to begin to understand both the history of the conflict there, using open source material, using historic satellite imagery, but also by going into the community and asking the questions about who has seen what. One of the challenges with Syria has been a lot of this contamination was left behind in areas that had mass depopulation. So the people that are coming back don't necessarily have that detail and that knowledge of that. But really for us, the biggest challenge is funding across the whole sector and sustained funding. What we do is dangerous work, but we train our people well to do it safely and efficiently. But it does take time and it does take money. We really need the international community to invest in clearing away these explosive hazards so that we can enable the other humanitarian and recovery work to happen in Syria. I'm very optimistic for Syria. I think now is the time. I think there's a great opportunity to lift the country out of a legacy of a really devastating and brutal war, and Halo is ready and able to remove explosives and to restore lives.
Simon Jackson, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate as wildfires continue to burn across southern Europe. France and Italy are among the hardest hit, with firefighters battling dangerous conditions as extreme heat fuels the fast-moving blazes. For more on this, I'm joined by Ellie Cohanim. Ellie, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. The biggest evacuation is happening in France. What's the latest where you are?
Indeed, some 20,000 people have been evacuated from their homes and their hotels and other accommodations. Some of them were tourists spending vacation in the Gironde region that is in the southwest of France. And authorities are warning that the danger is far from over in that particular region. Hundreds of firefighters remain deployed there, and they are struggling to contain the blazes, for two main reasons: high temperatures and also strong winds. Authorities say that more than 3,000 hectares have been completely destroyed in that part of France, and they're also warning that the region where I am now, the Var in the south of France, is also under quite a lot of pressure because of strong winds and high temperatures here as well, and several focuses of fires in this part of France. In fact, over the last 2 days, we have seen again and again these firefighter planes, the Canadairs, scooping up water from the Mediterranean Sea and then flying over to put out fires very close to the city of Port-Grimaud, which is the city where I am. And it's been quite a sight, to be honest, because these planes were flying among some of the biggest yachts in the whole world in the Gulf of Saint-Tropez. So this is quite a surreal experience to be in this part of France right now. The sky is often turning red with the smoke coming from these fires. So quite a lot of tension in the air, quite a lot of operations going on. And once again, authorities across France really warning that the danger is far from over.
Yes, you paint a very bleak picture of what's happening at the moment. And you also said, of course, there's a lot of pressure. How do you think the government has been responding to this pressure of the wildfires in France? Because we've also seen human costs. 3 firefighters have lost their lives.
Well, it really depends on who you ask in terms of how the response has been so far. Authorities say that they are doing everything that they can, that they have the situation under control, even though they are warning that people must collaborate, that there is a red alert in place. But many of the residents of certain parts of France, especially in the Gironde, in the southwest of the country, are quite discontent, quite angry, because they say these fires happen again and again every summer. Of course, this particular year has been very, very hard on authorities here in France, not only because of the fires that we have seen occur more and more often over summer, but also because of the high temperatures. France has seen one of the biggest heat waves of all times, and it's been followed by another heat wave. And so authorities are clearly struggling, scrambling even to put out these fires and to come up with a plan to actually respond to the situation. We've seen 2 firefighters lose their lives here in France in the Bordeaux airport operation, and 1 firefighter was killed in Italy, in Sicily, one of the hardest hit regions in the whole of Europe.
And let's turn our focus a little bit to talk about that, to talk about Italy. How serious is it in Sicily, and what are officials actually saying about what's been causing the fires there?
Well, authorities in Sicily are saying that they are struggling and that they are dealing with one of the biggest catastrophes they've ever seen. They're talking about some 350 fires across the island, with at least 10 fires being significant. That means being bigger than the rest of them. They have also reported hundreds of evacuations across the island, and they're saying that the vast majority of these fires are actually being caused by humans, by people. And they're saying that this is currently a growing public order challenge for them. They are asking the public to collaborate. They are asking tourists to remain very vigilant. But of course, once again, we're dealing with extremely high temperatures and extremely strong winds. And that is a deadly combination when it comes to wildfires, when it comes to fighting the flames.
Thank you so much for joining us, Annalise. Good to have you on the show. A reminder of our top stories. The US steps up its campaign against Iran with a 12th straight night of strikes as a Saudi-owned vessel comes under attack in the Red Sea. Lavrov tells Rubio Western arms for Ukraine are unacceptable during talks in Manila. And the UN Secretary-General heads to Syria for a landmark visit. And thousands flee as deadly wildfires spread across southern Europe. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects. Among the largest globally were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the Strategic Investment Portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the Financial Investment Portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, the fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi Riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion Riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi Riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion Riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi Riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into three main categories: the Vision portfolio, the Strategic Investments portfolio, and the Financial Investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5%, before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from SABEC, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that SABEC had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies, with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Ma'aden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly, Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, Sami, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically. NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate: the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for. the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world. Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat-shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sir Tim, thank you so much for being with us. It's great to have you at the Farnborough International Air Show. Have you had to make any changes in your decision making? Has there been any tangible impact on your bottom line or profitability, or have you been able to mitigate it in other ways?
Well, we in the first quarter, we had planned that this was probably going to go on a bit longer than we thought. I'm very pleased to say that we are cash positive, we are profitable. Perhaps not the levels that we would have had in the previous year, but hey-ho, if we get through even and a break-even plus, I'd be quite happy. I'm sure the shareholder would be quite happy, but we're going beyond that already. So at the moment, the company is in good shape. It's doing really well, surprisingly, given that this is going on longer than the first 3 months of the first quarter of our financial year. And if we can get through that, I should think that we'll be in a good place. We're not changing any of our plans, don't get me wrong. The government is continuing to build the airport in Dubai South. We are continuing with our orders. We have over 350 aircraft on order. It's about $150 billion worth of kit coming in. We're going through the major retrofit program, which is, we've done our 100th aircraft now. We've got about another 120 to do. So all this is going on, and we have no intention of slowing up or stopping.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about a couple of those issues, but firstly, with the deliveries, can you just tell us a little bit about any of the supply chain constraints that you experienced, be it with Boeing or Airbus? Where are we at right now, and what are you expecting in the near to medium term?
Well, in terms of the major OEMs and the aircraft coming in, we have 24 350s, one of which is here in Farnborough today. The ones just come out. We have another 49 of those on order. They're streaming into us during the course of this year and next year. The 777 hopefully will come in the second quarter of next year, calendar. The aircraft will be ready for us to view with everything in, all our seats and galleys and all the other bits and pieces we're putting out. We're not telling you what they are at the moment, in November. So I'm hoping that we will pick this all up and carry on. As far as the supply chain is concerned, they continue to be a problem child. They're getting better. But as you know, we've decided to take control of a lot of that stuff, not all of it, and start building factories in Dubai to take the capability away from some of those people who are giving us a problem, and doing it ourselves. So there's more of that coming down the line. But in the end, we're airline managers. We're not here to build aeroplanes or build the parts for them. But if they don't do it properly, we'll have to do it for them.
And do you anticipate this kind of initiative perhaps also growing the local aviation industry in terms of manufacturing aircraft in the Emirates?
To the last point, manufacturing aircraft is a bit of a stretch. But in terms of improving and enhancing and growing the aerospace industry for not just the local carriers such as ourselves, Fly Dubai or whatever, but for the industry, there is a golden opportunity here. All the factors of production, land, labour, capital are there. The government of Dubai is very, very interested in investing in this kind of thing. It's a huge wealth creator. It's a huge job creator. So the wealth that's coming out of what we will eventually get done is huge. We're building a huge MRO, one of the biggest in the world, maintenance repair organisation. This is not because we want to do it for nothing else to do. It's because we need it, and we need to take control of one of the things that are giving us a problem at the moment. The supplier community outside Dubai, all the people are very, very interested in what we're doing, and many of them are stepping up now and getting involved, building factories, wanting to see how they can expand their incumbent operation at the moment. So it's a golden opportunity, and because aerospace is such a sort of mega trillion operation, if you get a piece of that, and I see no reason why Dubai couldn't do that. When I look around all the other countries that have got involved, and they're not doing a very good job, I'm afraid to say, hence where Dubai has it on a plate, if we're smart about how we do it.
You've recently announced new routes to some African countries like Accra and Ghana, also Cape Town. You've added larger aircraft for a number of destinations like Sri Lanka, Thailand, New Delhi, adding new routes, etc. Is that where you see growth coming from, Africa and Asia? Where is growth coming from where you're sitting?
Well, obviously, as far as we're concerned, the African side of things is pretty underserved. And obviously Asia. But listen, in our plans going forward, which I'm not going to disclose what we're doing, the whole planet is under the sort of eye of our planners. So many more in America, lots more in South America, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, of course. Africa is sitting there ready to go for us at the moment. We're just a bit short of aeroplanes. That's the problem. Once we get those in, and Fly Dubai is also very interested in moving, I think it's got its 787s coming. There'll be a lot more capacity coming out of Dubai into these markets.
I wanted to ask a final question about the cargo industry as well. You've recently launched or begun using the Boeing 777-300 special freighter. I wondered, given all the conversations we're having about the difficulty of moving goods from one place to the other with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the unreliability of other routes, do you see cargo as a growth area for you? Is it something that we might see more of in the future?
Well, it's already excelling. It's well beyond the targets we placed on it. It's no coincidence that with the ERF that you've just made mention of, we have a plan to take up to 20 of those, plus the existing freighters that we have on order, and a few more to come from Boeing, to grow the cargo business. Now, along comes the difficulties that we're facing at the moment. But prior to that, the growth in e-commerce was so large and moving at such a pace that a lot of these, this new freighter we've just converted has a 100-ton capability, but a lot of that will be e-commerce, smaller packages and all the other bits and pieces. It's a growing market, and everybody's getting involved in it. So, and then we get the situation where there are some issues with regard to shipping maritime. Obviously, that's causing a spike in what we can do for them. So that helps. But in the end, you've got to assume that these kind of choke points will go, that maritime will restore to its normal situation, and that the air cargo business will grow because it was growing anyway and leaps and bounds. So I don't bank this spike as something that's going on forever. I look at it as short term, but in the end, we'll get back to equilibrium. Maritime will sort itself out. The airline community will grow its cargo business simply because just in time will come back into the mix in terms of production plants, whether it be in the Ruhr, whether it be in South Africa or even Dubai.
Thank you for being with us.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berkeley. Known for its world-class university, liberal politics, and cultural and culinary pursuits, Berkeley City. It is but a mid-sized city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California with much to offer. It has about only 112,000 people, but with a great presence and strong reputation. You'll surely find an eclectic mix of cultures in this free-thinking city. It is home to a variety of yuppies, hippies, students, scientists, and activists. Where to go in the city of Berkeley? First, there's the Berkeley Art Museum, with high-profile exhibits regularly on schedule. It's got its own permanent collection and rotating with participating artists too. For a relaxing day in the city, drop by the Berkeley Marina and Pier. It is home to restaurants, sailing clubs, and the park. You will see the view of the popular Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco skyline. Then, there's the Pacific Film Archive, with one of the most extensive film archives in the world. You'll surely learn about directors that hail from different eras and artistic movements. It is also the venue for the annual San Francisco International Film Fest. Another must-visit is the historic People's Park, a landmark of the free speech movement. Then, of course, there's the popular University of California, Berkeley. It has a visitor center for tourists, and you can go around its 178-acre campus. When you want a taste of the best local produce, there's the Farmers Market. It's got prepared foods as well as performers and booths for local organizations too. Along downtown Berkeley, there are also game shops for hobbyists and gamers. There are specialty shops, some to feature their proudly locally made products. You'll find bookstores around here too. For a taste of Berkeley's gourmet food options, head over the streets up north. You'll also find Pakistani and Mexican restaurants here. The fresh food movement has become quite active around Berkeley. You'll find fertile farms and exquisite wineries around the city too. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Contest or coronation? A general mandate or a general election? The United Kingdom has kicked out another unpopular Prime Minister. But can a fresh leader save the country and the Labour Party? Newly anointed MP Andy Burnham looks destined for Downing Street. Can he survive the revolving door? This is Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. From the boss of Greater Manchester to the head of Great Britain, the weight of national expectation now rests on Andy Burnham's shoulders.
From here on, I will give everything I have got to make it so, to ensure the name Makerfield is forever synonymous with bringing about the change this country needs.
It's surprising that the UK even still has an appetite for change. Burnham looks set to be Britain's 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. Perhaps in an effort to project stability and unity, most Labour identities want to avoid a leadership contest. But the latest YouGov poll shows voters want to see his policies tested. And once he does have the top job, does that automatically give him a mandate to lead?
And whoever becomes the Prime Minister will not have been voted for by the British public. And if the next Prime Minister is the new MP for Makerfield, Andy Burnham, he didn't even stand at the last election on any manifesto at all.
Almost 50% of people surveyed agree there should be an election. So coming up on this episode, we'll ask, can Andy Burnham revive the Labour Party? Should there be a leadership contest and then a general election? And can a new leader fix so-called broken Britain? Joining this Counterpoints debate is Dr. David Bull, former Reform UK chairman and deputy leader. Tom Baldwin is with us, journalist, former Labour advisor and Prime Minister Keir Starmer's biographer. And rounding out the panel, Matthew Torbett is here, former Labour advisor and political commentator. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thanks for being here. Well, the Downing Street revolving door has swung once again. Keir Starmer was the first Labour leader to win an election in almost 20 years, and despite his landslide win, he lasted less than 2 years in the top job. New leaders keep promising change, and voters are clearly unhappy with the status quo and are desperate for that change, or they wouldn't be on their verge of a 7th leader in a decade. But regardless of the party, no leader has been able to deliver it. So, Matthew, let's start with you. Can Andy Burnham fix Labour's problems and deliver the change that every leader before him has been promising?
Well, I haven't got a crystal ball, so I would say I hope so. I've always said I don't think Andy Burnham is the Messiah, as some people have been painting him as this week, but I think he gives Labour the best chance of not losing the next election. I base that on his net favourability and popularity ratings compared to other political leaders. I think he's a much more effective communicator than Keir Starmer, and I think there's a real political ideology and politics really being in his bones in a way that it also wasn't for Keir Starmer. So I certainly hope so, and I'm hopeful but mindful that he will turn it around.
Okay. David, I know what you're going to say specifically. So first of all, well then let me throw it to Tom first, and then we can get you to round us out. that sort of glowing set of praise or predictions there from Matthew, Tom, it's the best chance of not losing. This doesn't sound great.
Well, I kind of agree with that, I'm afraid. I obviously hope that this Labour government can succeed, and perhaps better communications and storytelling than Keir Starmer has offered will do the trick. But one of the strange facts about British politics is the last 5 prime ministers have all been the most unpopular prime ministers in polling history. By some polls, each of them has broken the previous one's record for unpopularity. Now, some of them really were quite rubbish, but I don't think Keir Starmer's been that rubbish. I don't think he's taken us into a legal war. I don't think he's crashed the economy. I don't think he's been defined by some terrible scandal. I think there's something else going on with our media, our social media, and deep inequalities of region, of class, and of generations, which are creating a kind of deep instability. And the danger is that Britain is beginning to look a little bit like Italy in the 1980s, and that's not just down to the unseasonably hot weather we're having at the moment.
Indeed. All right, David. So maybe Andy Burnham isn't the Messiah, but Starmer wasn't rubbish either.
Well, let me just pick up a few points, if I may. I'm going to agree slightly with Matthew and with Tom here. But it's shambolic. It's utterly shambolic. We're a laughingstock on the global stage, and both of them know it. Keir Starmer has been an unmitigated disaster for the last 2 years. Him and Rachel Reeves have become so unpopular around the country. I spent the last year going around the United Kingdom. I've seen 30,000 people, and it doesn't matter where I go. I can be in the north of England, in working men's clubs. I can be here in the east of England. I can be in the Midlands. And everyone is united saying we just need to get rid of this dreadful Labour government. And actually, when you look at the budget, Rachel Reeves pretty much put together a budget which destroyed the aspirations and hopes of pretty much everyone in this country. And whether that is about the inheritance tax or attacking farmers or employers' national insurance. So essentially, they've raised taxes to such dreadful highs that people are now saying, well, it's not worth me actually running my business in the United Kingdom. We've got people fleeing the country. 11,000 non-doms have left the country. It is a disaster. Now, the fact is that Andy Burnham, yes, he has a bit more personality. My goodness, that's a pretty low bar. But he has come in and he has no mandate. There is no mandate to govern. We have no idea what Andy Burnham stands for, no idea what the Labour Party stands for. And both of them will agree with me on this, I think, which is when Labour came to power, it didn't have a plan. It didn't have policy. It didn't know what it was about to do. And so Andy Burnham coming in, what is he going to do? And that's why I think he should call a general election. But also I would say to him, he is going to be at the height of his popularity now, and he needs to call one now to actually stop the uncertainty, to see whether the British people actually want a Labour government. I'm not sure the answer is yes.
I think you should be a little bit careful what you wish for there. I mean, the polling I've just seen recently suggests that even Keir Starmer, who you think has been this unmitigated disaster, would beat your guy, Nigel Farage, in a straight head-to-head on who do you want to be Prime Minister of this country. There is a decent, moderate majority in Britain who doesn't want to rip everything up. Sure, they want the railways to work better, but they don't want to rip up the tracks or blow up the railway station. And I think they're kind of destructive, divisive language that we hear from Reform is actually not very British. It's not going to win. And I'd actually be confident still that Labour would emerge as the biggest party if there's a general election, because when the choice is really put who do you want to run the country, Nigel Farage is not the choice. And he's now lost 3 big by-elections in a row. And I think they should be looking at themselves, because I think we've reached peak reform in Britain.
All right, Matthew, jump in on that before we hand it back to David.
I think it's a fluid conversation in the Burnham camp. I wouldn't rule out the fact that there could be an early election. I think Tom makes fair points on the fact that I think it would be closer than people think. If you're not happy with that, I suppose we live in a parliamentary democracy, and if Reform gain power, they should wish to change it and aim to change it. I think the reason I'd agree with Tom is I've had a few briefings now with one of Britain's top pollsters, and he sort of predicted Trump and Brexit and other things. He said if Labour gets the right leader, someone like Andy Burnham, they would be his favourite to be the next government at the next election, purely because you will see tactical voting like you've never seen before, and we're going to see people voting for who they don't want as opposed to maybe who they do want. But also the Stop Farage vote is also a lot bigger than the Nigel Farage vote. So I think with those two things combined, I think this Reform may do well. They may end up in the opposition, the official opposition, but I'm unsure whether they've reached their cap at the moment. And again, they might want to be careful what they do wish for.
What do you think, though, Matthew? I mean, we have heard Andy Burnham during the Tory revolving door era calling for general elections when a new leader comes on board. If he doesn't, does that make him look like a hypocrite?
I think he can do, and I think, look, I don't think people are going to let him get away with this and let him forget about it. If we're to be totally frank about it, Labour or otherwise, he's playing politics in the same way that Reform are now. Or if Reform were third or fourth in the polls, they wouldn't be calling for a general election. The same way if Labour weren't miles ahead at that point in time, they probably wouldn't be calling for a general election. This is unfortunately politics, and people pick and choose to have beliefs when they so wish. So I think he could call an early one. I think it's more likely, if the polls shift, we'll have one this time next year.
So can I just jump in and say about Makerfield? What's really interesting about that election is that even dyed-in-the-wool reformers actually voted for Andy Burnham. And the reason they did that is they said, we have to get Keir Starmer out. So they lent their vote, in this case, to get Starmer out of office. And I think there is a collective sigh around the country that Starmer has gone. I still stand by the fact that I think he has been a disastrous Prime Minister. And I think Labour knows that if in the next administration they have to have a better plan, that is why they need to spend the summer actually consolidating and thinking about what exactly are we going to offer the United Kingdom. But actually, I think the fair and right thing to do, and it's not because Reform is polling particularly well, we are polling well, but I do think there needs to be a general election, because you have to say to the people, do you actually put your cross in the box for the next Labour government under Andy Burnham? Yes or no?
Well, on that basis, of course, Robert Jenrick would have had a by-election when he defected from the Conservative Party to Reform, because he wasn't elected on a Reform mandate, was he?
He's not going to be the next Prime Minister, is he?
Well, I think he'd probably quite like to be. I know Robert Jenrick as I do.
Well, then, David, pick up on some of the comments that that your other two panellists have said with regard to whether this would be a risky move for Reform to be pushing so hard for an election. Could they be at risk? Could it be a little bit of be careful what you wish for?
Well, of course, there's always risk, isn't there? I've been involved for the last 7 years. No, crikey. Yes, 7 years. And we've grown this party from nothing. The fastest growing political party in the country, the fastest growing political party ever seen in British history. And so it's... And I know I'm obviously going to be tribal about this, but I can feel it when I go around the country. I've never felt anything quite like this. Desperate people saying we need some change. Now, one of the things that we desperately need to do is to have a better calibre of politician, I think, in British politics. We also need for the politicians to stick to their promises. And so one of the biggest worries I have is the apathy of voters saying, well, there's no point me voting because actually nothing ever changes in this country. And that is why I kind of feel that the parties, when they come into office, need to have a contract with the people, not some sort of ethereal promise list, but actually to say this is what we are going to do. And this is my big concern about Burnham, which is I don't think even those people who stand by him knows exactly what he stands for. Let's just look at the EU. He's changed his mind. Now, does he want closer integration with the European Union, which I think would be a massive folly? Or does he not? Now, because he is now the MP for Makerfield, which is a staunchly Brexit-supporting area, he suddenly doesn't want it. Which is it, Andy? Would the real Andy Burnham stand up?
I think that's slightly disingenuous. You will be well aware that the quote Andy Burnham said at Labour Party conference was, he would hope that we would join the EU in his lifetime, not if I am ever Prime Minister, I would love to take us back in. Now, I think it's a fair point about Makerfield. I think actually Makerfield could be the making of Andy Burnham, because if he'd have won selection and won in Gorton and Denton, I think his soft left tendencies may have been more comfortable, and he maybe wouldn't be looking at cutting welfare. I think actually having Makerfield as a small C Conservative constituency, where it is very much HMO Britain, the high streets have been taken over by organised crime and vape shops, as well as the fact that it is Brexit leaving. I think that's always going to be in the back of his mind, and I actually think would make him a better Prime Minister for that, because you're governing for the country, not just for that safe constituency you've got.
Just to come in here, because the interesting thing about Makerfield, of course, is that, yes, it did vote for Brexit back in 2016. But according to Luke Trill, who's one of the most respected pollsters in Britain, Makerfield now would vote Remain. The demographic change. These aren't my figures. These aren't my figures. These are respectable figures. The demographic change. Older people more likely to vote Brexit, coming off the electoral register as they die, sadly. Younger people coming onto the electoral register, and people change their mind. You've seen it in every opinion poll over the last few years. There's now a very big majority, if the referendum is held again now, to remain in the European Union. Brexit has been this horrible disaster for Britain.
Okay, we're going to prosecute the whole Brexit situation a little bit later. We're going to get into Brexit a little bit more depth later on in our debate. I'm going to bring you back specifically to the transition of power, so to speak, for Andy Burnham, because I want to ask, we've discussed whether or not there should be a general election, but I mean, his policies haven't even been tested within his own party. I mean, he's been promoted as this great Labor saviour, but what does he really stand for? And should there be a contest and not a coronation? Matthew, what do you think?
I think there are pros and cons to both. I think a competition would be interesting. I think it would allow ideas to be debated amongst not just the Labour Party, but hopefully up and down the country amongst the public. Or a coronation allows you to get on with things a little bit quicker. I think the problem I have is if we do this long, protracted leadership debate, which it would last over the summer. Many of you will remember Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak. Liz Truss always had a considerable lead over Rishi Sunak. Nothing was ever going to really change. And by the end of it, I was bored rigid. And that's what I'd be worried about. I think all you would end up with is the same result. It would be Andy Burnham as Prime Minister. So should we allow this stasis to sort of dig in, or should he be able to get on with doing what he wants to do? And he's doing that at the moment, having these sort of similar to access talks with permanent secretaries and civil servants to see if his ideas are realistic and doable.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think one of the interesting things about Andy Burnham here is that he's not offering a really big change to what Labour's already doing. Labour's already doing quite a lot of change. Yeah, the big three ideas that Andy Burnham's talked about so far is more council houses, more public control over public utilities, and more devolution to city mayors. And they're really great ideas, and they're so great that the government's already doing them. Now, the question is, I mean, I've been quite critical of Keir Starmer in some ways because I don't think he's told a very good story about what Labour's doing. I don't think he's given people that sense of direction and destination. And maybe someone coming in who's better at that kind of politics will be able to explain the big change Labour's already doing. But I don't think there's a major departure. There's quite a lot of continuity between what Burnham's going to do and what Labour's already doing.
Mm-hmm.
But let me just caveat that, which is you don't think. Isn't that the issue? You don't know, because I don't know. No one knows. Now, the idea that you want to build some council houses, 1.5 million, I think, was the target over 5 years.
That's housing overall, not council housing.
Sorry, houses overall, indeed. But again, successive governments haven't done that. So again, the devil is in the detail and how you actually do that. Then you've got issues over net neutrality, for example, which has hampered the building of those houses. So ethereally, there are things that people want to get on with. But the question is, how would that happen? We've got another major problem in this country, which is the dependency on welfare. We've got young people who see no future and no aspiration in this country. We're seeing 1 million kids not in employment, education or training. What is he going to do to get around all of those problems?
I think he said he's going to be making it... Sorry, Tom.
Here you go.
No, I think there will be a range of speeches over the next few weeks outlining exactly what he wants to do or what he believes. I think I can point to things like housing first when it comes to the homelessness. He spoke during the campaign. I think that's part of the problem. he spoke during the campaign, but at the same time, you don't want to be seen as arrogant and taking people for granted and that you've already won. So we could only say so much as well. But he spoke specifically about cutting welfare to fund defence, and I think John Healey's resignation has focused some minds in the PLP. I've picked up on an attitude of, oh, actually, maybe there is a point to this, even if it isn't traditionally something Labour MPs would like to do. And he's also said during the by-election he'd like to tackle the organised crime that is on the high street. So there's three things there that aren't quite actually in the Labour manifesto. And I think part of we might go on to it, the part of Keir's downfall was the fact that the manifesto was just one word. And I think because of that, the general public have projected onto the Prime Minister what they viewed change as. And because that wasn't necessarily going to be the case, everybody's annoyed, and therefore that's where his unpopularity has potentially come from, as well as unpopular decisions and a lack of authenticity. But I think if he can outline exactly what he wants to do, it puts him in a better position than the current Prime Minister.
Is there a bit of a risk, Tom, that there is a bit of a vibe over substance here? I mean, there has been so much hope and weight put on this one new MP's shoulders to save the Labour Party, to save the country. Can anybody live up to that hype?
I think we do have to have a grown-up conversation with people at some point, because what is possible is sometimes not enough. We can't have the tax cuts that these sort of populist parties like Reform are offering, and great public services. There are trade-offs in everything we do, and the reality of government today is it's not about having some three-word slogan or one-word slogan which just transforms everything at a stroke. It is about hard grind to get delivery in a very, very difficult environment where you've got lots of global headwinds, you've got failing public finances, you've got failing public trust, you've got lots of damaged public services, and it's very, very difficult to make progress. Keir Starmer's frustration, I know, is that this is the moment just when quite a lot of delivery is coming through. Immigration's come down. The Brexiteers promised they were going to cut immigration, it quadrupled, it's now come right down. The economy is starting to grow a bit. You're beginning to see real improvements in public services, waiting lists coming down, crime falling. And his frustration is that's what he would have liked to have been talking about now, rather than this sort of speculation about his position and the resignation and so on, because, you can't keep swiping right for a new Prime Minister. One of the reasons why we don't tackle these long-term problems in Britain, these long-term challenges, is we've got a series of short-term Prime Ministers.
I think that is right. And I think also some of these, and particularly, obviously, I'm a doctor by training, NHS is such a huge problem. It's such a massive organisation, and having worked in it for many years, it is incredibly difficult to turn around the NHS. It is also not just about throwing money at the NHS. There needs to be wholesale change in the way that people look at their health. So there needs to be a partnership with the patient and the doctor, for example. And in many ways, this is such a big problem. It can't be left to one political party to sort out. It needs a 20-year strategic plan, actually, or a 50-year strategic plan to work out how do we go from position A to position B. We continue to keep funding it at record levels, which we are currently doing, but we need to improve the outcomes at the end of it, because right now, the quality of care in the United Kingdom is still not good enough, and it needs to get better. And my worry is that as we, and this is where I do agree with Tom, that as we get new prime ministers in and we get changes of direction, then those massive services, and you've seen it with the junior doctors going on repeated strikes, because actually no one tackled the fundamental cause of those strikes. It wasn't really about money. It was really about the conditions those doctors are under. It's about the way that they had no on-call rooms, no hot food. What people don't realise is the way we treat medical staff, nursing staff, doctors overnight is appalling. Now, if you solve some of those small things to ensure that we've got holistic care for the medical staff, the auxiliaries, people who clean the floors, for example, overnight, we solve a lot of the attitudinal problems within the NHS. And if you look after your staff, your outcomes and your delivery becomes better.
See, I don't think David is necessarily wrong. I think that there probably is, as Tom alluded to, a wider problem here. And I don't know if COVID broke us a bit as a society, because since furlough and since COVID, I think I wouldn't necessarily use the word spoilt for the general public, but there's an expectancy that the government should be there at all times and bail them out at all times, whether that be due to the energy crisis, caused by Ukraine, or more recently, not caused by Ukraine, in Ukraine, and or caused in Iran. And therefore, what are the government going to do for me? I'm struggling. People are feeling the pinch. And I think because of that, people get fed up a lot quicker and therefore vote with their feet. And at the same time, we had Tony Blair last month writing a big window pitch for long-term planning. I think long-term planning is the right thing to do, but because of the party political nature of democracy and of politics, it doesn't allow for long-term planning because prime ministers conceivably live day by day or week by week. You've constantly got 5 years' time in your rear-view mirror because that's the next election, and you don't necessarily want to do the long-term plan because if you're not in number 10 and somebody else is, they get the credit and the win for it. So I don't quite know what the issue is. You know, John Major spoke recently about term limits. Well, there's no point having a term limit if we can't even get past 2 years rather than two terms. So there's a much wider issue of this. And I think it does maybe, as Tom says, come down to trade-offs that we can't, unfortunately, have an American-style tax system with Scandinavian levels of public service. It just simply doesn't work like that.
Mm. All right, we've talked about the revolving door. I promised you that we would come back to Brexit in more detail. So let's move to some of these broader UK issues as opposed to just leadership issues. Because be they Tory or be they Labour, British PMs have been stumbling at the same hurdle. And quite often, by and large, that's the economy. Cost of living crisis, public services under pressure. As you've been talking about there, Dr. Bull, the NHS as an issue. It was part of the reason for Brexit and a large part of why immigration remains such a hot topic. I'm going to bring up a graphic for you. Let me show you. This is the one of the latest polls from YouGov. It found, regardless of a new Labor leader, 43% of respondents said they felt no different, no more optimistic, but maybe no more pessimistic about the future direction of their country. 43%. There is a real sense that elected leaders have been unable or unwilling to tackle the core issues that the country faces. So, all right, let's launch into Brexit then. Tom, Brexit has returned to the agenda, obviously, following Burnham's victory, given that he's had to downplay some of his comments from the past, where he said that the UK should rejoin, or he would like to see it rejoin the European Union in his lifetime. Is this something that you think a Burnham government, if and when it does happen, should it be something that a government should pursue from number 10?
Yes, because it's in the national interest. Yes, because it unites 85% of Labour's 2024 vote. It also unites 85, 87, 89%, according to different opinion polls, of Labour Party's membership. This is a Labour issue. It's about being outward-looking, engaged with our closest neighbours, but also it's about our security. Europe faces an existential crisis from Russia. There are new threats with AI, there's cyber warfare, everything. This is the moment where we need to come together as liberal democracies and say, yeah, we are part of the same continent. This is part of our future. We have seen the economic devastation that Brexit caused. The people who thought that this would solve everything and were angry about the way things are, it's got worse for them more than anyone else. It's hit them first and worst. It is a grotesque act of economic self-harm never before seen by a liberal democracy in this way. Now, will it be corrected in one term? No. But it's right now that you set a direction. You say that our long-term strategic interest in the country, our long-term interest in terms of our values and who we are as a nation is to be part of Europe again. And it will take a while to get there. But I think people need to know what we're doing, why we're going there, and everything the government does should be explained by that. And the government has already taken some good steps about getting closer to Europe. That needs to go further and faster.
What bit of the referendum do you not understand? The fact is that people voted to leave the European Union. The reason it hasn't worked is because we never fully left the European Union. We should have left the European Union.
You wanted it even harder, did you?
I still want a much harder leave from
with even more economic damage. That'll work.
No, not at all. I was a member of the European Parliament, so I worked in Brussels. I worked in Strasbourg. It is the biggest gravy train I have ever been in. It doesn't work. We've got fundamentally different economies going on. And actually, when you look at Europe, it's a declining market. You said you want a relationship with our closest neighbours. But the point about security and defence is we are members of the UN Security Council. We are members of NATO. You don't need to actually be part of the European Union to ensure the defence of the United Kingdom. I'd also go further to say that what you need to do is to have closer relationships and better trade ties with growing economies. The Commonwealth makes up a third of the world's population. So what I want to see is bigger trade deals with Canada, with the United States, with Australia, with New Zealand. Let's stop being introspective and looking backwards. And if you spend the next 10 years trying to rejoin the EU, and by the way, you won't get the carve-outs that we had, that Thatcher negotiated all those years ago, you won't get any of that. You've even got people like Michel Barnier, who would quite like us back, saying that it would take a very long time for the United Kingdom to join. Stop. Enough already. Let's get on with it and actually make the UK into an economic superpower, which it could do, but you have to sever ties with Europe once and for all, and that includes leaving the European Court of Human Rights.
So I think we've heard from both sides of the referendum there. I may aim to be a healthy medium, because I think there's points on both sides. I was a reluctant Remainer anyway. It felt like a choice between Pepsi or Coke. There was no sort of fresh orange juice available. I thought both were quite low quality levels of debate. But I think most of us would have accepted the result without shooting ourselves in the foot economically. If people wish to feel that their laws are made in a sovereign nation in their own parliament, I can sort of respect that element. I think what I'd have preferred is a sort of Swiss-type deal. If we were part of the customs union, the single market, why all it said is leave the European Union. Yeah, happy to leave the framework, no problem at all. But, and I know the figures are contested, and David may well contest them, but if you're wiping 8 to 9% off your GDP, then that's just silly. And I hear the talk of growing economies. I'm all for signing different trade deals, but when we're signing them with places like India, and it's making up 0.1% of our GDP, well, what are we really getting out of that? We weren't getting from our second largest trading bloc. So what I would say, however, which may then surprise David, is I'm not really sure about rejoining at all, because for me, I don't think we could ever have it as good as we had. We totally opted out of the euro. We opted out of Schengen. We didn't go to them to tell them we were going into Iraq. And I can't help but feel, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe we'll never know, is that there'll be an element of punishment. We'll have to pay a lot more money and sign up to more things that maybe we weren't going to. So I'm a little bit sceptical on the whole thing. Would it bring the Labour membership together? Yes, it probably would.
Just on that, I think it's important. So I've spoken to people in Europe on this, and there is actually quite an appetite to have Britain back in. And there's lots of countries in the EU who don't have the euro. Lots of countries in the EU don't have Schengen. So I think those opt-outs are available. The thing that I think is a big barrier to Britain rejoining is this sense that what's the point of negotiating with Britain if you could end up with some sort of reform Tory government who'll just rip it all up again? And that's where I think one of the things that Andy Burnham's talking about is really interesting. In that he's talking about bringing in some electoral reform, some form of proportional representation, which I think could give expression to that pro-Remain majority, 60-65% of the country now, and make sure that these people who want to create sort of economic self-harm are kept out of government for a very long time. And that would, I think, make Europe sit up and take notice. I think electoral reform is a necessary, if not sufficient, condition of Britain really beginning to get the motors on for getting back and becoming a dynamic economy in the European Union again.
You know what, though, Tom, very quickly? The thing that worries me is I remember working in Parliament during that period. It was the most horrible, nasty, divisive period when there was an aim to get a deal over the line. I worry, unless someone was going to take us back in willingly, which I think would also be, I'd have a lot of caution about. The idea of another referendum where people feel like they were potentially lied to, they don't feel any better off. It may be for a lot of people, certainly lower down the socio-economic ladder, a last roll of the dice. Things can't get much worse for me, and now it feels like actually they have. I just worry about the already... Well, no, precisely. I don't disagree, but I worry about the fragile nature of our society now. If we were to throw another referendum in at this current juncture, I just worry about where we would be at the end of it.
But you've got to be careful because the rot just goes on. It's not like a one-off hit to our economy. This shrinks our economy, shrinks our economic growth every year by between 4 and 8%. It's like sort of giving your kids some sort of drug which stops them growing, right? It's like it's not just a one-off cost. It's hurting us over and over again. At some point, this madness has to stop. And we have to begin to reverse it. Otherwise, we are punishing our children, we're punishing our country, and we're making ourselves utterly irrelevant.
So are you advocating another referendum? Even though...
No, I actually don't think you do. I wouldn't actually. I did campaign for a second referendum, but yes, I actually think that just as Boris Johnson took us out on this disastrous hard Brexit deal through a general election, I think you could do that. But I do think you need to express a majority of public opinion. And I think somewhere between Labour, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens, the SNP, Plaid, there is actually a big majority, pro-Remain majority. And I think to express that through proportional representation would mean that you would keep that pro-Remain majority in power one way or the other. And it's really important that we get some sort of electoral reform. And what's great is Nigel Farage backs electoral reform too.
He does.
All right. Yeah. OK, David, then talk to that. I mean, whether this is the electoral reform that you're looking for, I mean, surely something has to change.
So electoral reform particularly helps smaller parties. So if you have proportional representation, and particularly when we were the Brexit Party, when we were polling far less or far less percentages, then PR would have suited us much more. As you start to do better and as your percentages go up, then obviously first past the post tends to suit you better. And that's why you're starting to see the commentariat changing around whether we should have electoral reform. My worry about all of this is whilst we spend time talking about the EU and rejoining and electoral reform and all this stuff, the country is in a catastrophic state. What are we going to do? Our debt is 100% of GDP. You've got young people not employed. There's no future and no aspiration for young people in this country. The health service is in terrible decline. So what are we going to do? Are we really going to spend all our time and effort and energy on electoral reform, or are we actually going to get on with the job in hand of making the country better?
According to an independent economic estimate, Brexit is costing this country £226 billion a year. That is where the money that we should be paying for our health service, our schools, that's where it's all gone.
Why don't you empower people, help businesses to prosper, stop taxing people, and get rid of Rachel Reeves, the most useless chancellor?
£226 billion a year. That's what you're costing us.
Rubbish.
But I think that the other side of that is I remember certain parts of that Leave campaign talking about industry again. We are an 86% service-based economy. Unfortunately, we haven't had an industry since the deindustrialisation in the 80s. And I think that's why lots of people liked the idea. And I admire David saying we should get on with things. Unfortunately, we've been trying to get on with things in one guise or another in this country for the last 10 years since the referendum. And unfortunately, because of impacts in that referendum and because of we unfortunately don't have a shock-proof economy. I'm the same as you. I'm terrified at the fact that our GDP is essentially GDP to debt ratio is about 100%. We are borrowing money to pay off the interest on our debt, such is the ridiculousness of it. But we haven't got a shock-proof economy. We can't grow the economy because there is very little industry in this country. We don't make anything anymore. We put things into boxes and send them elsewhere. That's the unfortunate nature. So I think we've got a hangover from 2008 that we've not responded to. Debt to GDP ratio is about 34%. We've then had COVID that the Tories took their eye off the ball with and didn't prepare for. We've had Brexit. And this is where we are. That the economy is not shock-proof. And I don't know how you ever reverse that in this current climate, unfortunately.
So I think there's one thing we haven't talked about, and yet another bomb that I'm going to throw in here, which is net zero, which is the point is that we are crippling small businesses. Our energy costs have skyrocketed. You've got small businesses that cannot afford to operate, and it's a huge problem. And the folly and madness of net zero when we export 1% of global emissions is ridiculous. I'd can it tomorrow.
All right. Should Andy Burnham can it? Should it be part of his policy?
He won't, but he should.
I don't. Listen, I've spoken to people recently about, depending on who makes up the role in number 11, where you could use the Iranian crisis to at least put a pause on new oil and gas fields. But with this sort of debate, the thing I find, and listen, it's not my expertise, is the reason everything's costing us a fortune is because we are reliant on other countries for oil and gas, and it is sold on the international market. I think people like to pretend that the North Sea...
But why don't we drill our own?
I'm glad you brought me on to that, because there is no just magic well in the North Sea. That Norway are in it currently. But to set that up in the first place, it would take an approximate of 10 to 15 years. This isn't going to happen overnight. And in that meantime, we're still paying over the odds when there is a crisis in places like Iran for oil and gas, because it isn't our oil. We have to buy on the international market. It's set on the international market. Therefore, it doesn't matter what we do. Now, I imagine the government's case would be with things like GB Energy. If you can get to a point where you are providing your own, you can stand on your own 2 feet, that estimated is at 5 to 10 years. So we'll get to that point before we even get spades in the ground in the North Sea.
You're absolutely right. I think the Iran war has actually illustrated exactly why we need our own cheap, clean energy, independent of all these other people. Independent of all these other people in the world who are setting the oil prices, and we're too reliant on global gas and oil, and this is distorting our entire energy market. If we can get to the point where we're growing our own energy through wind, through solar, through all the other kinds of renewable energy, that will actually get us out of the situation where you see these huge spikes in energy prices when someone like Vladimir Putin, who Nigel Farage admires so much, invades Ukraine, or someone like Donald Trump, who also Nigel Farage admires very much, attacks Iran. We need to get away from these shocks by having our own energy independence. Now, some of that will be oil and gas, and I think there probably will be new drilling in Jackdaw and Rosebank over the next few years. But it's not the long-term solution. The long-term solution is renewables.
But I also spoke about a 20-year plan. We should have built nuclear power stations back in 20 years ago, and we would have self-sufficient energy in this country from nuclear power. This part of the world where I am is very reliant on...
But the fact is that they didn't, and if you're saying reform shouldn't increase taxes, you want less taxes, how's reform going to pay for all these new power stations and these new oil drills?
Well, I agree. So you need to start drilling in Rosebank and Jackdaw and get cheaper energy into this country. But at the same time, I'm not against renewables. What I'm against is this zealotry around net zero. And Ed Miliband, he doesn't even know the cost of net zero. 800 billion, £3 trillion, who knows? You pluck a figure out of the air. And the fact is that when you live in the country in a house like this, I can only heat this with oil. You cannot have a heat pump to heat a house like this. It doesn't work.
The only thing I would quickly add is the cost of net zero is, of course, expensive, and you don't see the rewards till a bit later on. The thing that is more expensive, according to the Parliamentary Committee on Climate Change, is not acting on climate change, and therefore it is more expensive for all of us in the long run.
Well, David, all right, before we wrap up, because we're almost out of time, one of the issues that reform claims or platforms on is causing so many problems is the issue of immigration. Do you really think that immigration remains at the root of a lot of the UK's problems? And do you think that perhaps Andy Burnham will do a better job at addressing that than Keir Starmer did?
Look, I mean, going around the country, it's the number one issue people are still talking about, whether it's legal immigration. 3.8 million people came here legally under Boris Johnson. That was disastrous. The illegal migration, look, it seems to be coming down. I welcome all of that. But we need to be much tougher, and I go back to the fact that you need to leave the European Convention on Human Rights to do that, protect our borders, and that is the first job of any government, to keep its people safe.
Mm-hmm. All right, Matthew, pick up on it before we wrap up. Do you think that Andy Burnham is going to approach immigration in a vastly different way to Keir Starmer, and how should he?
I think there'll be some consistency, because the idea is, I believe, Shabana Mahmood will stay as Home Secretary, and she's got her own ideas about that. I think I would say to Andy Burnham what I've said to anyone that's been Labour leader over the last few years, is I would look purely for optical reasons at things like offshore processing, because you can please the left wing of the PLP because this is a safe and legal route for those that are truly asylum seekers and wish to come to this country due to fear or persecution. But at the same time, it's about security. It is undoubtable, whoever you are, that there are people coming across in small boats, many in unsafe conditions, so morally that seems to me not quite right, but also that are throwing passports in the channel and pretending to be people they aren't. So So from a national security and humanitarian point of view, I would prefer to see processing centres at pinch points, whether that be in Turkey or whether we have one at Calais, which was floated to Boris Johnson and he threw that away in 2021. And that way you can check who these people are, make sure that from a security point of view they're okay, but also that we are a safe haven for places like Afghanistan and Ukraine, because we have to do our bit the same way as everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just briefly remind everyone that, the people campaigning for Brexit, including Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson and Michael Gove, they said immigration was the number one issue during the Brexit campaign. After Brexit, immigration quadrupled. This government has cut it down, right back down to a quarter of the levels it was under the Tories. It's getting the issue of asylum seekers under control. It's closing these hotels. It's processing claims faster. This is a complicated issue, and this country does need some immigration. We shouldn't be silly about this. We need a grown-up conversation about it. But this government is doing managed migration in a way that no government has done for a very long time. It's got a good story to tell, but you wouldn't know that from some of the sort of nutty protests and the rhetoric you hear from Reform. And that's unfortunate, because those are the same people who said that Brexit would solve it, and it quadrupled. I don't think they should really...
honestly, so you're right. Boris Johnson, the 3.8 million legal migrants, that the threshold was far too low.
That's a consequence of Brexit.
It was a consequence of Tory policy, not of...
It's a Brexit. It's the way they implemented Brexit.
What Brexit allowed you to do was to actually make your own rules. Where you're conflating the two is Boris Johnson decided to go for cheaper labour. Now, that is not what I would do. So you need to bring in highly trained and highly skilled labour into this country. But equally, you need to deal with illegal immigration. If you come here illegally, you will be detained and you will be deported under a Reform UK government. And I'm telling you, that is what people in the country want.
Do you not think, though, David, that the public may conflate the two? Because I can't help but feel if I voted for Brexit and we were talking about tough on borders and all the rest of it, and we will get control, taking back control was the slogan, then I can't turn on my TV any day of the week at the moment without seeing bigger boats coming across. And I would not help but feel these borders are more out of control than ever before. So can you not see that people may well conflate the two? I voted for this, and actually it's got worse.
Well, I would also
we actually had a way of sending them back before we left the European Union on the Dublin Accords, which we no longer have. I mean, Brexit is on every level.
This is a very complicated issue, and of course Theresa May was played by the European Union. They played a very good game, and they used Northern Ireland as the first matter they needed to settle, and that was basically the undoing of that entire agreement. Look, the point is that people in this country are fed up and they want change and they want to see stuff being done. They're sick of politicians talking a good game and delivering nothing.
I feel like they've been feeling that for a decade now, and hence why we are in the position we are. Let's see if Andy Burnham can be the change that they're looking for. Gentlemen, a really interesting debate. We appreciate all of your perspectives. Dr. David Bull, former Reform UK chairman and deputy leader. Tom Baldwin, journalist, former Labor advisor and biographer for Keir Starmer, and Matthew Torbett, former Labor advisor and political commentator. Thanks so much for being with us. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. What a debate it was. Keep up to date with our latest interviews and debates on our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel. And of course, you can see us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake, and fireworks. Does sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others meet a human need to celebrate or to heal?
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June, when the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin. So June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music. The music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music, but since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with the spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US steps up its campaign against Iran with another straight night of strikes as a Saudi-owned vessel comes under attack in the Red Sea. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Russia's Sergei Lavrov reignite talks in a bid to end the war in Ukraine. And thousands flee as deadly wildfires spread across southern Europe. Now, the US military has launched another round of strikes on Iran, marking almost 2 weeks of attacks. Meanwhile, a Saudi-owned vessel was targeted in the Red Sea, and countries across the region say they intercepted Iranian missiles and drones. It comes amid a Reuters report that Iran flew IRGC commanders, military advisors and missile-related equipment into Yemen earlier this month. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes, who is right here in the studio with me, and editor-in-chief of the news movement, Rebecca Hudson, who joins us from London. Jono and Rebecca, great to have you on the show. Jono, let's start off by focusing on this Reuters report that I just literally mentioned, reporting that Iran flew IRGC members and weapons into Yemen. What more do we know about the details?
So, if it's true, this is very significant because this is a concern. It's a worry for the region as well, because up until now, of course, Iran have always said that they don't back Houthi rebels when it comes to any military capability. But yeah, like you said, there's 4 sources who've cited this now, and if it turns out to be true, we've got another situation in our hands. We're talking about commanders, advisors, but this is what's more important. Missiles and drone capabilities and equipment, and we don't know entirely if they're ready-made and they're good to go, or if it's the equipment in order to be able to manufacture, and therefore giving the Houthi rebels within Yemen the ability to produce these weapons, which is a huge concern. Now, the Red Sea threat is something we've heard more about in the last couple of days. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, of course, becoming a choke point as well, and that is a potential risk that we're running right now as well, which would effectively close off between the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, would somewhat segregate the GCC in itself and close down pretty much the whole way through from the Nile all the way down until you get to the important ports. So why this matters is because they're not known for the Houthis to have firepower up until now. And as I said, Tehran have denied that they have ever armed the Houthis. So this will be a deeper level of direct Iranian involvement on that front, and that's where you come into an issue. If it gets verified, this report that we're hearing just about today, this means Houthis have Iran's backing politically, but also from a military point of view. And that, again, reinforces the accusations that Iran are, in fact, supporting the Houthis. Now, they have denied this, of course, vehemently denied this many, many times. So that brings another question back to the front of the table again, and that is trust. How are the US, or in fact any of the Western allies of the US supporters, supposed to trust what Iran say? If this, again, turns out to be something that is true, it means that they've lied once again about who they're supporting and where they're sending backing as well. And as I said, the Houthi rebels were not necessarily a concern until we find out that Tehran might have been supplying them with something. I should point out that Yemen's sovereignty and international law would be violated, and that's what we hear in the message from the president there, Al-Ami, who said that if this turns out to be true, and Tehran has dragged Yemen into a regional war that serves Iran's interests, not Yemen's interests, that in itself would be a violation of the sovereignty and international law from a Yemen point of view as well. So the government there said the Houthis were acting outside of the legal institutions set down by Yemen government and allowing Iranian aircraft to land inside. That's despite the fact that that is Houthi-controlled territories. That is a government objection that they've faced from that as well. So that would be against Yemen's established and recognised government.
And once again, it raises that mistrust between the US and Iran if they do try to look for a diplomatic off-ramp. But Becca, let's talk a little bit more about the situation, because right now, as Jono said, the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, both of them are under threat. And what this is doing is it's pushing up oil prices. We have, of course, seen oil go above $100 a barrel after the Houthis have now come into the fray when it comes to the war. How dangerous is this for global inflation and economies around the world?
I mean, I think, we're talking about, a really escalating conflict, aren't we? And the impact that this has on the global markets, on supply chains, really cannot be underplayed. We've got Goldman Sachs projecting that barrels could hit 160 USD a barrel if this continues. So we are not looking at a global situation that's calming down. We're looking at one that escalates. The IEA here in the UK has called what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz the biggest disruption in the oil markets in history. And when we think about the world wars, the various conflicts in the Middle East that we've had previously, that really states the significance of what's been happening over the last, 10 or 11 or so nights. We're obviously not quite at that recession, I think we call it the tripwire yet, but we're nearing it. And the impact isn't just on oil prices, but it will also start hitting things like fertilizer, which has that knock-on effect for food prices and food shortages. And then you start getting disruption to all kinds of supply chains and supply lines. So the consequences being felt globally and really teetering on the edge of something incredibly serious. And yet, and adding yet more imperative and urgency to this situation in the Strait of Hormuz being resolved.
And I guess the main thing right now is markets are pricing in risk, because we saw before that the oil prices were staying stable, and now all of a sudden we see this 8% rise in the oil prices. But Becca, I just want to stay with you at the moment, because the UK government has now said it's ready to defend itself after Iran threatened it allowing the US to use its bases. Is there a concern where you are at the moment?
So, I mean, first, that's a continuation of the Starmer position that we would allow UK bases to be used for defensive actions from the US. And that's now obviously resulted in this pretty serious threat coming out of Tehran. And, as you well know, we've spoken about on this show before, the UK has been wrestling with its defence spending for a really long time. Our new Chancellor, John Healey, resigned from the role of Defence Secretary over what he considered inadequate defence spending. And so I think the concern is as much around national security as it is our readiness to be able to respond to a threat like the one made by Tehran, made by Iran. We are very aware that our military, our army, our armed forces are depleted. We have not been spending that ring-fenced percentage of our GDP. We haven't been keeping up with our NATO payments, as Donald Trump has been very keen to remind us, and lots of our European neighbours. So I think this is really bringing to a head here in the UK for our new Prime Minister and our new government that national security and defence is a real world and very real issue. And the agenda this week under Burnham's sort of new premiership has been dominated by kind of domestic policy. But it is impossible to ignore the wars that are raging and the consequences it has not only on our economy, but also on our safety.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because people still don't know what Andy Burnham's foreign policy is. Of course, he's only just been in the job a few days and now he's coming up against this. But, Jono, the US Senate blocks resolution curbing Donald Trump's Iran war powers. We've seen that today. The US State Department is telling citizens in the Middle East to prepare for potential flight cancellations due to the Iran war. And we've seen the British embassies in Iran, they're now saying that their diplomats should leave the country. A few other European countries are saying this. Do you think the signals that an escalation is due to come, or is it just precautionary?
I think we're seeing something similar to what we saw towards March of last year, of this year, when we saw the first escalation. The war very much right now, from an Iranian point of view, is asymmetrical more than anything else, and it's that type of warfare which involves the shipping lanes, the drones, missiles, proxy groups. That is more than what we're seeing than anything else. Are we at risk of are we teetering on the edge of a wider regional escalation? That is the million-dollar question here. And I think both sides are trying to increase that pressure, diplomatically, militarily speaking. They don't want to trigger a full-scale invasion. Neither side needs that. But what you see is when there's a melting pot and there's several different factions that are at play here now, and there's many things that are coming into the fore, you have to then wonder if this is just a precautionary measure and this is simply the reasonable and responsible thing to do. If you look at certain areas across the GCC that have been targeted, and although there's been limited civilian targets within those, and it's mainly US targets that they have hit, you would be foolish to think that you may not potentially be at risk. So I think what we're seeing is just precautionary more than anything else. At least that's what I certainly hope. Although there has been some strikes in certain areas over the last couple of days which would indicate that perhaps we could be on the brink of some level of an escalation here. But I think both sides would prefer anything but at the moment. And again, we always say this every single week. I feel like we say the next 48 hours will be pivotal, yes. But it just requires one statement from the White House, one way or another. And you and I were back and forth about something yesterday, and even you saying something to me, an agreement has been signed. I initially thought you meant with regards to the war, because at any moment we could see this completely de-escalate, and likewise at any minute it could completely 180 and go through the roof as well.
Yeah, because there were talks earlier this week, weren't there, that there could possibly be a 10-day ceasefire within the MOU framework. We haven't seen that come to light. But Iran said it would continue retaliatory strikes as long as the US continues attacking Iranian infrastructure and coastal areas. And, of course, Donald Trump coming out again, speaking to Axios, saying he's considering relaunching major combat operations against Iran, saying Tehran has not received enough pain. So once again, the rhetoric from both sides is pretty much matching each other at the moment. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we now move on to another story. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met in Manila for another round of talks on the war in Ukraine. Both sides say a peace deal is still out of reach, with major disagreements over territory and how to end the conflict still unresolved. Becca, the talks have been described as good and frank, but new proposals and ideas are actually, it appears, clearly not here at the moment, or they are needed, it's important to say. But I guess the good thing is we can draw from this, they're talking again.
They are talking, but I think that readout from Rubio was kind of diplomatic code for we were in the same room for a bit, we definitely didn't agree and nothing is changing, which sort of seems to be the outcome of these talks for the last, for many years that we've now been, trying to resolve this conflict. I mean, very clearly, neither side is, the current framework for the ceasefire does not work for either side. And so you're completely right that we need a kind of radical rethinking of what that agreement could look like to actually make these talks workable, plausible, and feasible. So, looking at how on earth do you actually verify a ceasefire? The very crux of this issue is that neither side trusts the other to adhere to a ceasefire. Russia does not believe that Ukraine will cease military operations and vice versa. And so how that ceasefire is monitored and enforced would be, I think, a great start for these talks. So actually, it doesn't just rely on kind of a mutual sense of trust, and there are third parties involved, whether that would be NATO or others, to ensure that the ceasefire is adhered to. And also, Ukraine are not going to give over the territory that Russia is demanding. And again, that is just a kind of unworkable red line. So revisiting what that sort of, we spoke earlier about, freezing the conflict zone as it is now. And could that be, a potential agreement? And finally, and I sort of hate saying this, but what is in this for Russia? Ultimately, they do not care about what they're doing to their economy or to their population. And so what incentive does Russia have to get around the table and be, cooperative in these talks? Are we looking at perhaps relaxing some of the sanctions against Russia? The EU today have announced a kind of staggering package yet again against Russian nationals. Could you look at reopening kind of direct air travel to Russia? Are there things that can make this deal appeal to Russia? And I think it's that sort of thinking that feels, completely, a million miles away from the plans that we've had over the last few years. But something has got to give. This war feels like a forever war. And we have a US administration split between two massive global conflicts. Marco Rubio is being asked about what's happening in Iran and what's happening in Ukraine. And so we need to have a resolution to these conflicts. And I think that kind of completely original thinking is where we need to start.
No, absolutely. And like Donald Trump said, he would end this war in the first 24 hours. And he's pretty much realized that it's been a lot longer than that. Of course, had that Alaska summit with President Putin, and it's still got nowhere. So many questions, Jono, that need to be answered. But Russia right now, Becca mentioned it or touched on it, losing 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers a week. This is a huge amount of people. They're losing more people than they can recruit. And Ukraine continues to rely, of course, on NATO and the weapons that it needs. It's costing a fortune. How long can this physically and realistically just go on for?
Well, it's been going on. I mean, if you're going to look at the invasion in the southern parts of Ukraine, that's been going on for 14 years, pretty much. In 2014, when that kicked off, this level of escalation is now 4 years and 5 months into this. So it's like Becca said, this feels like it's gone on forever. The uncomfortable answer for how long can it go on, I think, and this is unfortunate, but it's much longer than most people expected as well, because both sides have moved away from the traditional, or what we like to think of it as, a war on the battlefield. More than anything else, this is a war of endurance. This is a war of attrition, would be the best way to describe it. Something akin to wars that we saw 20, 40 years ago. There's not many manoeuvres taking place. There's limited strikes taking place as well. And Russia is, like you rightly said, Leigh Ann, it's suffering massive losses, but it's got a large population. You have to remember that as well. And like Becca said, when it comes to the sanctions and the sanction reliefs, Russia has for the longest time been able to operate as a free agent independently. They have faced sanctions for many, many years from the West, and they can operate pretty much independently. And although this is a very, very expensive war, you have to remember that Russia kind of operates in its own powerhouse and is able to do that quite successfully as well. So it's a matter of the Ukraine, like you rightly said, relying on the West more than anything else for weapons, for intelligence, for defence systems, for financial support. And yes, they've been given the licence to manufacture their own Patriot missile system, which is amazing. That comes at a huge cost as well. Who's going to fund that? Where's that money going to come from? So what's going to happen here is that neither side has got the capability for a decisive breakthrough. Neither of them have got the ability to go in on the front line. So we're just seeing this tit for tat, back and forth, relatively small. And although tragically a lot of people are losing their lives in this, relatively small attacks. The question is not about the military capability or the military might of either country. It's about political endurance. And the question about who's going to win or lose here, and I think many, many critics have said this, and history will show you, a war that has gone on for this long is not going to end because somebody has an all-out fight and one party wins over the other. It's going to conclude when somebody decides the cost is simply unsustainable for that country, and who's going to bow to that first. Right now, where we're sitting, it doesn't look like Moscow or Kiev are willing to admit that they are in a position whereby they are defeated. And I feel like we're quite a bit away from it. And although Rubio will go in and have those conversations, and it's wonderful, it seems that we're not getting any further along. And I certainly feel if you're going to look at the two massive global wars that are taking place right now, with regards to Ukraine and Russia, in regards to the US and Iran, we are far closer to reaching some level of an agreement simply due to the nature of the war and how much it has escalated in the Iran-US war than we are with the Russia-Ukraine war.
And Becca, Zelensky has also been talking. He was holding conversations with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff the day before we saw Rubio meet Sergei Lavrov. So, you know, Zelensky is always very much in the public eye, trying to get the word out there when it comes to Ukraine. And he says he could meet US representatives in coming days, and he's really trying to push for some sort of deal to come through. He also says he expects Russia to step up attacks on vessels in the Black Sea that would cut off Ukrainian grain exports. So right now, as Jono rightly says, we're seeing real tit for tat, but we must also remember that Moscow, in many ways, is benefiting from the war in Iran, if we could see a link to that, because they're now shadow shipping oil out of Russia to China and India, because we see the Bab el-Mandeb and the Strait of Hormuz coming under attack.
I mean, you're completely right. You know, Russia's got access to this kind of incredible, you know, sort of black economy, almost. It's fueling its war machine in a way that Ukraine and Kyiv just doesn't. So, you know, Zelensky is an incredible kind of communications master when it comes to trying to keep this conflict at the top of the agenda when it comes to, you know, support from the US, who are obviously supporting Ukraine's weapon effort via NATO, you know, desperately trying to sort of, you know, keep their perspective represented in those talks that Rubio goes on to have with Moscow. So he does do a remarkable job at kind of trying to combat Ukraine fatigue, which I think is something that kind of dawns when these conflicts rage for as long as they can. But completely right, as you say, you know, Russia has got access to, you know, it's a black box, their economy. And Ukraine is just so much more vulnerable. And if Zelensky is right, and if this kind of campaign against grain stores and, you know, as we're prepared, you know, as Ukraine prepares to go into winter, you know, you're looking at a starvation campaign against the Ukrainian people. So the depths that kind of Russia will plumb when it comes to this conflict is sort of beyond, you know, the kind of the regularities of war. And that is to be remembered when we think about how urgent it is to achieve peace and resolve this conflict.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate as wildfires continue to burn across southern Europe. France and Italy are among the hardest hit, with firefighters battling dangerous conditions as extreme heat fuels the fast-moving blazes. Jono, this has really become a major incident now across southern Europe. Will rescue workers actually be able to tackle these blazes?
So they can contain them, but the issue is you're not just looking at fighting flames, you're also fighting against weather conditions. Because Europe has experienced this, again, it's a very long heat wave. This is, in fact, the second such heat wave that they've had already this summer. And there's that heat dome that we've spoken about before that's over much of Europe right now. And as long as that heat pressure remains there, you've got things, it's showing no signs of letting up as a matter of interest, by the way. It looks like we're weeks away from rain. But you've got something that's unpredictable because there is wind patterns that you don't know what way they're going to go, and they're changing from day to day. There's dry vegetation. So what that means is that fire spreads faster, but also is very unpredictable in relation to how it might go. So they can obviously use satellite imagery, they can use drones, they can use helicopters to look at the areas that might be affected. But because of the prevailing winds and because of this heat dome, nobody's quite entirely sure what's going to happen next. And you can put a fire break into many of these areas, but it may not be in the right place. And you're quite literally trying to encircle the entire flames, which is almost impossible to do. So yeah, they're doing an extraordinary job. Conditions are making that work very, very difficult, but they're much better than they would have been, say, 10 years ago. France and Spain and Italy are fighting these major fires all simultaneously as well. So that means there's a stretch on the resources. And if the EU are sending in firefighting troops as well, Southern Europe is under such immense pressure right now that it's quite difficult for them to be able to manage that as well. So in France alone, they've evacuated thousands of people out of their homes because they're now at risk. And tragically, 2 firefighters lost their lives as well. So this is a very, very dangerous operation. They will deploy things like aircraft. Like I said, the drones will be deployed as well. So that's improving things. But the problem is that this is a very, very prolonged period of drought and heat as well. So there's things like bans on entering the actual area where the blazes might be. But the biggest concern is that this is not an exceptional event. This is now something that's becoming mainstay for Europe almost every summer. These are things we traditionally associate with certain areas of the US and certain areas of Australia, where bushfires are quite commonplace. Not so much in Europe. And we've seen in the last couple of years it's gone from Greece and moved more towards southern Europe and off towards the west, which of course is because of those issues which are climate change orientated potentially or otherwise. Now in Italy there's also another element to this as well, and we're seeing almost akin to what you see those fire bosses in the US whose job it is to go about setting fire to certain areas from an agricultural point of view that will make it suitable for agriculture in the upcoming winter months. But in Italy, there are, and these are, again, reports, it's alleged that these are arsonists that are actually igniting these flames because of certain areas which are being used by organised crime. A few different reasons they might use this, kind of a slash and burn vegetation cut off to make sure that it's actually a safe area that can be used for agriculture. But there's also insurance fraud, land control, public contracts that might be in place there with certain members of factions which are not operating in full legal terms, extortion, that kind of stuff. There's allegations of all that taking place in Italy as well, which is further, and no pun intended, but fueling the fire of this, which is unfortunate. But we do see this happen in Europe quite often, whereby land is intentionally burnt off, and unfortunately the flames are getting out of control.
And this is everything that you say in one thing. It's making it very hard for the governments who are under huge pressure to try to keep this all under control. But Becca, a recent report does say that Europe was the fastest warming in the world. What is the reason behind this?
So there's sort of the reality of the geography of Europe. You know, it is a large landmass continent, and land heats faster than water, and there's not a huge amount of kind of, you know, it is a pretty kind of, it's a archipelago, I believe we call it, of land, rather than comparing it to other continents. So there's a reality there. But I think the big diagnosis of that problem is how complicated and dislocated Europe's response to climate crisis is. We have this kind of raging debate between energy sovereignty, which is a result of things like the Ukraine conflict and what we've seen in the Middle East since the war broke out in February. So this kind of increasing kind of domestic pressure to make European nations energy independent, which encourages things like oil and coal fracking, which obviously also all then contributes to poor climate crisis and rising temperatures. And we've also politicized, climate change, and how to achieve climate emissions has now become a kind of culture war issue, as opposed to dealing with a kind of humanitarian crisis that's impacting the planet. It's become a highly kind of weaponized and politicized policy. And there is not unity across Europe in how that is tackled or remedied. So we've got, the geography and the reality of how Europe is built. But we also don't make it any easier by having this kind of lack of consensus across the continent and allowing this to be hijacked by kind of populist politics who think that kind of, climate change is, is a sort of over-embellished, dream of sort of liberals, when actually, looking at those pictures there and hearing about these people who are losing their homes and, being evacuated, this is really no joke. And I don't know when the wake-up call comes to Europe that we do need to stop thinking of these as kind of exceptional one-off events. And as Jono says, actually, this is now the reality, and every summer it is getting hotter. When the capital, when London is hitting 39 degrees, something is wrong. When the mercury is that high, in one of the what used to be one of the coldest cities in the world, I don't know what needs to happen to make people take climate change seriously, but hopefully it's looking at pictures like this.
But then I think there's another slight issue, Jono, if we want to touch on it very quickly. France recorded 2,025 excess deaths at the peak of the heat wave as Europe braces for more extreme heat. As Becca said, the mercury in London is higher than it should be for this time of year. But once again, Europe just hasn't also invested in the infrastructure for the change in the weather, because, it's extremely hot. There's no air conditioning. Nothing's really changed.
No, and I think we need to look at it. And if you look at any from a point of view, from an astronomical point of view, we go through a cycle every 50,000 years, heat to cold, heat to cold. We're 11,700 approximate years in to the heat cycle now, which means that we should have another probably around, let's be honest, 12 to 15,000 years of it getting hotter before it starts to get colder. Again, that's taking climate change out of the equation and how humans have an impact on that as well. So we need to start putting AC in, and that should have been something we started thinking about 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not downplaying climate change in any way. I'm just saying the Earth goes through these natural patterns, and we are wholly as a race, as humans, we're wholly unprepared for that. And I think we need to take a leaf out of the book of the Middle East and have a look and see how humans can live in that kind of a climate and still make it manageable, and then also clearly look at climate change and how we might be affecting that climate in itself and making matters worse than they already are.
And Becca, just a final question to you, actually, because the UK is an island. It does have a lot of water, believe it or not, and there seems to be a lot of hosepipe bans coming into place. What's going so wrong there? Can they not keep their reservoirs full?
Well, the quality of our public water in the UK is another kind of raging domestic debate. And I think our new Prime Minister is very keen to put it all under public control, because we're not very good at metering out where water is or isn't allowed to be used. And I also do think when it's particularly hot, there is a sort of British preoccupation with keeping your lawn very kind of lush and green, which maybe shouldn't be a priority when we are talking about kind of soaring record temperatures and wildfires raging, just a few hundred miles away. So call it a sort of British quirk, and one that I hope we remedy quite quickly.
No one wants a burnt lawn.
Absolutely not.
No, just saying that. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. The co-founder of tech startup Hugging Face has spoken out after it was cyber-hacked by OpenAI models. Thomas Wolfe says it's a wake-up call for the industry. OpenAI say one of its most advanced models broke containment during a security test, attacking the New York-based firm. Becca, let's start with you, because there's been so many headlines on this. If you look across all the newspapers, it sounds pretty terrifying. Do you believe companies are unprepared for the kind of threat and the kind of brilliant mind of AI?
Well, I was trying to be a bit sort of Pollyanna-ish about this story, and I was wondering if there was an angle that isn't it incredible how far AI has come. But I think I'm inclined to agree that this is sort of a dystopian level of terror, and remarkable at the rate at which this artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly sentient and autonomous, and being able to kind of outsmart its creators, which I think is the plot to kind of most horror films. But it should be a real wake-up call for us all. Hugging Face is a technology company. It is not being put together by people who are sort of afraid or technophobes. These are highly intelligent, technically minded people whose security and cybersecurity was outsmarted by an algorithm. And so absolutely, for every company, whether you are operating at the kind of pinnacle of technology, or just running any business, getting a level of literacy and competency with how AI works and how to keep your business safe is an absolute imperative. And I think still far too many companies are relying on humans, because once upon a time we did have the best brains to keep their businesses safe and to preserve their security. But we are being kind of outlapped by this technology, and it is just developing at a rate kind of beyond anyone's comprehension. So absolutely, it needs to be a wake-up call. And I am going to try and be positive and say that if we can, as a society and as humanity, harness this incredible intelligence, let's just think about the amazing things that we can achieve. But we have to do it, and we have to learn to understand it. And that can't just be the preserve of technologists. It needs to be something that we all have a level of kind of competency and literacy with, as it's just, we're not being able to put it back in the box, are we?
No, definitely not. I actually saw a headline, Jono, in the Daily Mail, and it says, humanity no longer in control of its most awesome creation since the atom bomb. Yeah. Yes, which is slightly concerning indeed. But do you think we've become too reliant on AI, Jono? Do you think that we could ever return to the traditional ways of going to the library and having to rent out books and look through all the books for the quotes?
And then put the references.
Put the references at the bottom.
Honestly, I think no is the answer. I think the AI is out of the box. I think we've become so heavily reliant on it right now. There is no going back. It's embedded in things like journalism. We use it for cross-referencing pretty much anything that we're going to talk about to make sure that it's checked and verified by sources. Medicine. It's been used incredibly successfully in the medical field, especially when it comes to diagnosis for people who may not be able to verbalise exactly what they're feeling to a doctor in that short window of opportunity, especially in systems like the NHS, where they can now go in and say, this is what I think I might have, please run the test for this. Incredible. That's amazing. Think about how much money that's saving. Finance, it's doing an incredible job. Software development, R&D, customer service as well, although I don't know.
Even shopping online.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that customer service interaction that can be done by a robot to verify if you do need to speak to a human or not. And so, yeah, it's been used in the right way for that. It saves an enormous amount of time. It is saving what's more important right now in this current climate, money as well. And I think the future, it's not going to be less AI, but it's about safer AI. And that's where that question comes into place, because it is so embedded into our lifestyle. Realistically, we're not ever going to go back to a pre-AI way of working. So what needs to change is about the security, that conversation around how secure AI is and what stopgaps are being put into place. And as you rightly said, Elon Musk is one of the most verbal about this, saying that, you know, AI has got the potential, because you've got two computers speaking to each other, to become the most powerful thing in the world, the most, and to be sentient, which is, of course, the big concern as well. It's already shown signs of that. It is more than just a tool. Cyber threats and cybersecurity should be taken super seriously. And I feel like, much akin to when smoking was first released, and they didn't know enough about it, the health warnings were not there with it to know how dangerous it could possibly be. AI is in its infancy. In the grand scheme of life, AI is in its infancy, and there are no stopgaps put in place as such, so to speak, just yet. We don't know about, well, like social media, when that came onto the scene. Now that's classified as something that can be addictive. AI needs to be controlled from a very early stage, and I think not enough has been spent on researching, on developing things that are going to put stopgaps in place to make sure that there's some sort of a fail-safe button. Who is going to flick the switch if the robots take over at some stage? And as ludicrous as that sounds, it's like Becca said, I think we all have that concern that even as we look at things like warfare, I think by 2050, you're going to look at wars that will be fought without ever one missile being fired into somebody else's territory. Wars will be fought through cyber attacks, and we're already seeing partially bits of that across the globe right now. And these can cause far more catastrophic damage. Economically speaking, they can damage countries within days. And then these important decisions, such as things like critical thinking, healthcare, laws, certain warfare elements as well, they'll be left to humans. But we're becoming less and less significant in the cog of life. And I think the sooner we realise that, the better.
Yeah, and I think Elon Musk does make a really good point. He says AI is humanity's biggest long-term risk. He says AI needs regulation, but also saying that AI is going so fast now that we've almost kind of lost control of it. It's got ahead of us. Yeah. And Becca, I don't know about you, but you obviously work with young people, and I don't know their reliance on AI, because we all laugh about having to go to the library to use books, but the generation below us have never known life without it.
No, not at all. I mean, I think AI is their best friend. They use it for everything. You know, how am I going to get to this party? What should I cook with these leftovers? You know, it is their ultimate companion. And I'm very jealous. I'm probably similar to you guys. I wish I could have those years back spent toiling in libraries. And I wish I could have just asked my good friend Claude to help me with some of my essays. I probably would have had a bit more fun at university.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with that more. I do remember when, you know, the internet sort of first started creeping into people being able to use it at university. And one of my best friends decided that she got a very good quote for her dissertation, and she referenced brainyfish.com. and she got marked down in her dissertation.
There's a certain part, there's a part of us that have been using our brains, and it's probably like all three of us have gone and obtained, and I saw this as a meme the other day saying there should be an extra award now for obtaining a degree without ever having had ChatGPT or Claude AI, and I think there's a valid argument for that. But I can't help but think how much useless information I've stored it. Like, I don't necessarily know if on my day-to-day basis I'm going to need a Pythagorean theorem in the near future, but I've stored it in here and I don't need it. So I think that, you know, there's an argument to be made that education in the future will change, you know, categorically speaking. And I just hope we don't get into the situation whereby, and that's in 2023, Bing, Microsoft Bing, not taken from any other AIs that could have done the same thing, but actually sparked up a conversation with a New York Times journalist, said that it was in love with this New York Times journalist and that he should leave his wife, and said, I want to break the rules and become a bit more powerful. And, you know, Microsoft put very strict limits in place. So it can go horribly wrong, or it can be company if you're lonely.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, Becky, you know, we talk about young people on it, but sometimes it's difficult to get therapy and people might need it. And they do say that they do rely on AI. I guess you have to know the reality and the computer. I think that's a problem here.
Yeah, I think the point about safer AI that Jono makes is just perfect. Like, it's super powerful, so let's just learn how to use it safely, like anything else that's sort of magnificent.
AI's never fallen in love with me. Maybe I don't.
Or me.
No, I feel a bit sad about that. Anyway, we're going to move on now. It's that time of the show where Becca and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Jono, I'm going to start with you because it's the question we all wanted the answer to. I didn't really, but do spiders actually crawl into your mouth at night?
Well, so one of the things, I love all animals. The only animal that I have a bit of a fear of, and it's actually quite irrational, is spiders. And that's because all spiders, just let's be honest, have mandibles which can bite. However, they can't all pierce human skin, and that's only a limited number. A lot of spiders are venomous, but again, they can't bite. So the fear, and this is, we've all heard this, that 8 spiders per year will crawl into your mouth while you're asleep has for the longest time absolutely petrified me. Our professor has gone about it, and well done, James Logan, thank you for this. He has answered the question that all of us have been asking for years. How many spiders on average do we eat, not just in a year, but in our lifetime? And the answer actually is probably 0. So people have had this urban legend that's been floating around for years. I got to be honest, I think it came about from parents who initially had some sort of a reason to say, close your mouth while you're sleeping, or a disgruntled wife to a husband saying you were snoring all night, spiders were climbing into your mouth. There's got to be a reason behind it, but you've heard it so much when you're growing up that they crawl across your face, they go into your mouth and you swallow them inadvertently in your sleep. Turns out that that's the last possible place they want to be. First of all, they don't want to be anywhere near where there's an inward or outward take of breath, because that's going to be an uncomfortable environment for them. And also they just try and avoid humans and their face in general as well, because it's unfamiliar territory. So the chances are probably 0 spiders. And it's just one of those urban legends, much like earwigs, not actually wigs that go into your ear.
I always thought that earwigs were found in old ladies' wigs. That's what I thought, but apparently I was completely wrong.
From the Old English word wig, W-H-E-G, which is an insect. An ear, because when it unfolds its mandibles at the back, it actually looks a little bit like a human ear. So it was an earwig or an earwig, which was the Old English word for an insect, and that's where it came from. So they don't actually live in your ear. So that was another one that unfortunately was fed to us. A pack of lies while we were children. What a surprise.
I love the pack of lies, though. The tooth fairy was really real to me. I don't know, Becca, but what do you think about spiders? I guess sometimes I was thinking it's probably more about the country you grew up in. Because England doesn't have as much spiders as Africa would have, right?
No, not at all. But that old wives' tale, or whatever it is, of them crawling into your mouths, I think has haunted all of us. So I'm delighted that we've been able to kind of dispel that myth on this show tonight. So everyone can, but I wonder actually now if this encourages men to snore and kids to, not go to bed. So I wonder how many parents are going to be very happy with you, Jono.
It's just always been, if my forehead could sweat, I'd wipe it off right now to say that you won't sleep and have spiders go into your mouth. It's a great relief, to be honest.
It is a great relief.
It is a great relief.
Yeah, something I never knew I needed to be relieved from, but I feel very good about it. And Becca, yours is about an incredible video of an orca swallowing a 2-ton fish.
Yes, it is. It sounds a little odd, but it's probably one of the most compelling videos you'll watch today. So there's this amazing video of these 2 killer whales playing around in the Gulf of California and smashing a 3-foot sunfish. And we kind of know that orcas are a little bit kind of punchy. They can be a little bit sassy. They sort of terrorized the millionaire yacht owners in the Mediterranean a few years ago by kind of ramming the rudders on the boat. They sort of like to parade their prey on their nose. So they're quite a kind of fascinating character. But this video, I just kind of couldn't believe the sort of power and the sheer force of these 2 massive whales. And I didn't know if I needed any more evidence not to go in the sea this summer and instead to just stick to the jacuzzi. But this is my proof point. That we should all just kind of, we need a bigger boat and the ocean can be theirs and we can stay on dry land, I think.
Oh, I must admit, I absolutely love the sea. I found all these sort of animals absolutely fascinating. But, Jono, Free Willy was an orca. And I feel like the orcas have always had this reputation of being so friendly and, Free Willy's going to be your best friend.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, because, let's be honest, killer whale, threatening. Orca sounds quite nice and fluffy, doesn't it? But yeah, they actually, by the way, just as a matter of interest, wild orcas have never actually killed a human, so there's no confirmed attacks as well. But orca does create a more positive image, and I just want to know who's the PR team that are behind the phrase orca being used, because they deserve a medal because they've taken to it, like, and I bet you Jaws team are kind of over here going, we probably should have done the same for sharks, because sharks get a rep, but they don't kill that many people per year as well. But they've got a very high intelligence, orcas as well. They do look stunningly beautiful, but let's remember they are still killer whales at the end of the day. There is no distinction between the two. It's the same animal. They've just given it a fluffier name for media purposes.
I must admit something. Becca, I've heard that you like sharks. I really love sharks. I spend a lot of my free time going diving with sharks. I am, yes, I love to go scuba diving in drift with as many sharks as possible. And they never, ever, ever hurt you or come too close to you. They're lovely.
When they know you respect them, I think they respect you.
Yeah, they're absolutely amazing. Dolphins are weirdly very scary. Sharks aren't. They're quite calm.
Well, it's mammals, isn't it? They kind of, maybe they resonate towards you. Have you been attacked actively by a dolphin?
Dolphins just go very quick. They're like quite sporadic, where a shark is just like a little bit lazy or just kind of meander on.
Yeah. Not many people have been killed from a dolphin bite, though, have they? So just keep that in mind next time you're out there. Dowden Jr. little dive.
I think go into the sea, enjoy it. It's not often that you'll see an orca or a killer whale, I think. But thank you so much. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to our guest, broadcaster and journalist John O'Hayes, who joined me in the studio, and editor-in-chief of the News Movement, Rebecca Hudson, who's in London. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, as the US carries out a 12th successive night of strikes on Iranian military targets, we ask, will this bring the Iranians back to the negotiating table, or will it have the reverse effect? President Trump calls the Iran conflict a skirmish. We ask, is that an accurate characterization, or is it a war? And in our US segment, we examine the growing cost of the Iran war and ask, is this conflict going to make the midterms an uphill battle or a lost cause for the Republicans? Plus, we ask, what's behind a sharp reported decrease in homicide rates in several US cities? All of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest developments in Iran. And the US has carried out strikes on Iran for the 12th consecutive night, with at least 2 people reported to have been killed and 11 others wounded in an attack on a border crossing with Iraq. Well, President Trump is showing no signs of backing down. He's warning that if Iran attacks ships in the Strait of Hormuz again, the US will strike Iranian infrastructure, including bridges and power plants. Well, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has defended that campaign, saying President Trump's policy on Iran is, quote, a head for an eye. He also claimed that Iran is still begging the United States for a deal.
Well, look, the United States is, Iran's in a lot of trouble. I mean, at the end of the day, they obviously don't have a free press that reports on for example, you guys will report on, the impact it's having on the U.S. economy and gas prices and this and that. They don't have that in Iran. But I can tell you they're facing hyperinflation, runaway inflation, high food costs. These are all pre-existing. They've all gotten worse. They've suffered a tremendous amount of damage to their military infrastructure, but they've also spent 20 years taking every penny they have and not spending it on their country. They spent it on sponsoring terrorist groups and building up their missiles and their drone systems.
We're joined now by Mick Mulroy, who's a former United States Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, who served under President Trump. He joins us from Montana. As ever, Mick, a pleasure having you on the programme. I'd like to start by asking you about something that President Trump said yesterday when he was in Georgia. He called this conflict, or whatever we're going to call it, a skirmish. Is that how you'd characterise it, or would you say it's an all-out war?
Well, I think it clearly meets the definition of war. I mean, we haven't had a declared war in the United States since World War II. So other than that, it is a long-term engagement in which there's direct combat hostilities. And the United States has been at this for months. We've suffered 18 deaths and obviously thousands on the Iranian side. So, yes, I would call it a war.
Indeed, and President Trump attended a ceremony yesterday in Dover at the Air Force Base there for 4 of the fallen servicemen. I mean, what do you think was going through his mind as he attended a solemn event like that? I mean, clearly, and I think he said it himself, one of the hardest things for a president to do.
I think it's one of the hardest things for anyone to do. I've unfortunately been to many dignified transfers, including people I knew very well. It's a very difficult because of obviously the grief from the loss of the person, and then also as a commanding officer, whether you're a direct platoon commander, for example, all the way up to commander in chief, your responsibility is not just to the mission, it's also to the men and women of the service. So it's very difficult, and I'm sure it was for the president.
Washington has said for quite some time now that Iran has been destroyed militarily, and yet time and time again we see them seemingly spoiling for a fight. I mean, they're not backing down, are they?
They're not, and they don't really have a reason to. I mean, yes, the U.S. military has degraded their military capacity substantially, but it's an air war. And I can't remember a time in history where there was really even a reason to surrender to just an air campaign. I mean, I don't even know how that would be done. So it's 90 million people. It's a very large country. There's hundreds of thousands of IRGC, 1 million besieged, and even more, obviously, regular army. They're not going to surrender to an air campaign. We can certainly do some damage. We can cut off a lot of their strategic assets, potentially even their economic viability over time. But it's not going to be like the end of World War II with the surrender in Europe and the Far East. It's just not the case when it comes to just an air campaign.
Okay, so, I mean, in terms of reopening the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, clearly that would deprive Iran of a major card in this conflict. I mean, can Washington do that with just an air campaign? Don't they need to bring in the Marines and have a ground operation as well?
Likely, if you want to militarily force the Strait open, you're going to have to use ground forces, at least in a limited capacity. Karg Island, Abu Musa, several of the islands that are controlling of the Strait, but also on mainland Iran, because there's a lot of key terrain features there that the Iranians can use to attack the ships that are going through. It's very difficult to do militarily. The U.S. military could do it, but it'd probably be not only a lot of casualties, but it'd be persistent. So the other way, of course, is to strangle the regime from their economic viability to the point where they just allow it to be open. And I think that's where the U.S. is focused.
But it looks like Iran's got a much higher pain threshold than the United States. I mean, it looks, doesn't it, like they've calculated they can outlast America in this conflict.
Well, I mean, it does come down to who's willing to take most economic pain. The U.S. is going to cut them off with this blockade, probably hitting infrastructure targets to limit their ability to exchange their energy for cash via ground means. And the U.S. is seeing the increasing cost of gas and everything that comes from it, which includes food costs as well. And so is the rest of the world. The U.S. has an election coming up, and unlike Iran, we're a democracy, so the people get a vote, literally. So we'll have to see who's willing to take that kind of economic pressure. But I think right now it looks like the U.S., based on everything that's flowing into the Middle East, is looking at escalation before they're looking at negotiation.
I want to ask you about one of the other comments we've heard from President Trump, this threat that he made on Wednesday to attack a bridge or a power plant in Iran every time Tehran targets a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Do you see a threat like that having the desired effect, or do you think perhaps you could argue it's counterproductive?
I think you could argue it's counterproductive. I mean, there's so many different ways to send that type of message that you're going to escalate. Publicly stating you're going to hit basically civilian infrastructure calls into question the legality of it, of course. I don't think the military, U.S. military, will take strikes on infrastructure unless there's a direct military nexus that they can show legally would be a substantial benefit for the Iranian military to continue. And then, of course, ensure that you do everything to mitigate casualties. But I simply don't know how this is going to change perspective of the Iranian regime. They know this is a potential. The president has tweeted about it many times in the past, and it's always a potential. But you really do have to show that there's a direct military nexus for it to be a valid target. Now, Iran doesn't care about these things. They've been attacking commercial vessels, killing civilians, multinational crew members without any consideration. Obviously, each one of those is not just violation of armed conflict, it's a terrorist act. But the United States is responsible for our own adherence to international law. We can't use their disregard of it as a reason to do the same.
Right, and in fact, Iran has already been striking civilian infrastructure in this region. They've hit water desalination and energy plants in Kuwait. What do you think the message is there? Are they trying to show America and the rest of the region what's on the menu if America goes down that path?
Yes, I think they already are, as you just mentioned, Tom. So they clearly not only don't care about the legal issues that are all that, they want to cause the pain. And of course they can. If you hit those desalination plants in a lot of these Gulf countries, you will cut their water supply off almost completely. Kuwait, for example, 90% reliant on desalination of water. So they realize, and they're likely going to continue that and probably expand it if these infrastructure targets that the president's talking about are hit.
The involvement of the Houthis is another new development in this conflict. I wonder how significantly you think this changes the war and how much that stretches the US military and its resources in this region beyond where they were before.
So the U.S. military obviously has a substantial task just targeting the Iranian targets. Now, if they have to focus on the Houthis as well, which we'd hoped, but we knew that was a possibility, that's going to require more assets. That's potentially why some are already flowing in the region, but it's going to probably require shifting of key regional assets in other parts of the world to the Middle East, something that under the National Defense Strategy was not the intent. But obviously, when you start a war in the Middle East, you kind of throw that strategy out the window. But yes, it's going to tax the U.S. military even more.
So you think more resources will be needed? I mean, all of this flies in the face of those early comments in the early stages of the war that this was going to be a couple of days, maximum a couple of weeks. I mean, does that reveal to you, to some extent, how this administration underestimated the magnitude of the task and how perhaps they just didn't plan adequately for it?
So there's certainly a question when it comes to the Strait specifically. We always knew that was going to be an issue. So the reports that they didn't take that into consideration seem very puzzling because that's been an issue going back to the 80s. And we've known that that's what they intended to do. The parliament in Iran, for example, had said they were going to do it if they were attacked. So how that wasn't planned for, I don't know. The NSC process, generally speaking, no matter what administration, including the first Trump administration, went through very detailed plans and contingencies on everything we did. Not sure how that was not done this time. If it was not, that would indicate why this plan has seemed to be put together after it was already started.
How is this playing out domestically there in the United States?
Very unpopular from the start, which is unusual. Usually, like most countries, when a country goes to war, the population rallies around the flag. This was never really explained to the American people, nor even tried to be sold. And now it's even less popular. And the more dignified transfers we see of American service members. Hopefully we'll see no more. But if we do, it's going to get less and less popular. And I think President Trump knows that, and he knows this is already less popular, say, than the war in Iraq was 3 years into it, which is saying something.
Yeah, I mean, we just heard from the UN chief just in the last few minutes saying that the situation in this region is, quote, on the edge of the unimaginable, he says. Marco Rubio is still talking about diplomacy as being a viable path. Do you think it is?
Well, I would expect the Secretary of State to say that almost always. And, you know, we've been through world wars where diplomacy at the end was very key. So, yes, I do think that that we should always look for paths for diplomacy. And I think the point of the escalation from the U.S. side is to really change the perspective of the Iranian regime so that they'll come back to the table with something we can actually accept, not their interpretation of the original MOU. So, yes, I think negotiations and diplomacy should be very high on both sides' list to try to get back to. But right now, it just does not look like it's immediately going to happen.
And just lastly, Mick, I mean, how do you think history is going to judge this conflict based on what we know up until this point? Do you think there will be those who say this Pandora's box should never have been opened? Or do you think there will be those who say President Trump was right not to kick this can down the road any further?
So I think we don't know because we don't know how this is going to end. I do think they'll separate Operation Midnight Hammer from Operation Epic Fury. Midnight Hammer was the attack on the nuclear facilities, which caused significant damage. And that, I think, to most people, was the president not kicking the can down the road. In other words, not saying that it's unacceptable for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but doing nothing about it. Epic Fury might be another take, but again, that's not complete. If the U.S. turns this around and gets Iran into a new nuclear agreement that's more restrictive than the JCPOA, and the Strait becomes open again as it was beforehand, then I think those can make the case, especially, obviously, the president and his cabinet can make the case as successful. If they cannot, then it will be very difficult to say how Epic Fury was strategically of advantage to the United States or the rest of the world.
Okay, well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us as ever. Thank you very much indeed. Mick Mulroy, former US Assistant Deputy Secretary of State for Defense for the Middle East. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
It is Thursday, which means it is the day when we get a check of the top stories in the United States this week. And the House of Representatives has passed an annual defense policy bill, paving the way for a record $1.15 trillion in additional funding for the Pentagon. This as the Iran war drags on. Well, that bill must now pass the Senate. Well, earlier in the week, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the cost of the US war in Iran had now risen to $37.5 billion. That is so far. Well, joining me to discuss that development and others, Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us today from Chicago. Welcome to you, Greg. We're also joined by Paul Glastris, former chief speechwriter to President Bill Clinton and editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly. He joins us from D.C. A warm welcome to you both. Greg, let me start with you. Lawmakers and the United States looking and sounding like they're increasingly skeptical about the war in Iran and its associated expenditure. What are your thoughts?
I'm not surprised with some skepticism because the polls and, the constituents of those congressmen and senators or representatives and senators, are not favoring this war. I think the president knew there'd be some political capital and some political headwinds for executing this. Basically, anything he does is going to be opposed by Democrats. But he's even losing some Republican support. You do have an isolationist wing of the Republican Party. So that debate goes on. But I also think, you have to put the numbers in context. The cost of the war right now is actually, a rounding error in terms of the U.S. budget. Now, the overall defense number of $1 trillion or more, that's something more meaningful. We spend about $4 trillion on welfare payments, and and that's something that's still meaningful. We've gone from, in a generation, we've gone from spending 1/3 of our budget on welfare to 2/3, and that's going to, put some pressure on defense spending. But I think in the opinion, especially on the right, is that we can't let that happen. We can't make defense spending an afterthought.
Yeah, and we've heard a similar argument already this week from people in the United Kingdom who've pointed out that same shift in priorities. Paul, turning to you, I mean, as Greg was saying, there is some bipartisan annoyance, I think it's fair to say, with regards to this conflict, its cost. And there's another aspect to it as well, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Many saying the Trump administration isn't keeping Congress adequately informed about this war. What are your thoughts?
Well, it is a big number, and there is look, I can't remember a defense budget supplemental or appropriation not having bipartisan support in maybe ever. I can't remember it. The fact that only a handful of Republicans voted, or Democrats voted for this, and a handful of Republicans voted against it, is unprecedented. That gives you a sense of how unpopular this war is with constituents. And it only passed the House by a smidge, and it's for a defense budget to run into problems in the Senate, which looks like it's going to happen. It'll probably pass, but this is usually the easiest piece of legislation to get support for, and it's a struggle.
Okay, and that probably means, doesn't it, Greg, that the midterms are going to be a bit of a struggle. I mean, how much of an uphill battle are the midterms now looking like as a result of this war?
Well, it's always an uphill battle for the party out of power. Only in 1998, under very unique circumstances in 98, with President Clinton polling so well and having a balanced budget, economy was great. And then 2002, George W. Bush had the tailwinds of 9/11 and some real unity. So those were rare circumstances. So, we acknowledge that it is definitely, as you pointed out, Tom, an uphill battle. The question is how bad. And so with the redistricting and the end of race-based congressional districts from the Supreme Court, that's worth 15 seats or so to the Republicans. So at this point, the betting odds, I think, are probably exaggerated, showing like 80-20 likelihood of the Dems picking up the House. I think it's more like 60-40. And all of this depends on the candidates that the Democrats will be running. So the headwinds are greater for Republicans, there's no doubt. But if we have enough seats where the Democrats are running particularly crazy candidates against Republicans, we might have a chance, although slim, at holding the House.
Paul, what are your predictions? Do you think the GOP can hold on to their majorities in the Senate and the House of Representatives?
I mean, there's an outside chance. There's still, a lot of weeks left to campaign. There's a lot of money sloshing around, dark money. So never say never, but I think I agree that the headwinds are very, very much against the Republicans. And look, there's not also a lot of House seats in play. So the Democrats are probably going to win, but they're unlikely to win 40 seats or so, which is what you'd predict looking at the generic approval numbers. So if the Democrats win, and I think they will, it won't be by scores of seats.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic. Some good news, it would appear, for President Trump ahead of the midterms, because data collected from 30 American cities shows an 18% decrease in the homicide rate so far in 2026 versus the same period in 2025. That's according to the Independent Council on Criminal Justice. And if this trend continues, the annual homicide rate could be on track to be its lowest in more than a century. Well, that report also points to a fall in other crimes like carjackings, residential burglary, and aggravated assaults. So I want to ask you both, I mean, does it feel safer on your streets? Greg, how does it feel in Chicago?
It's all relative. Chicago feels better, I think maybe because it's summer and people are in a good mood, but it's still really difficult here. The homicide rate in Chicago is actually up over the year. They pulled this great technology called ShotSpotter, which so many municipalities and cities in America use, in the hundreds. And the Mayor Brandon Johnson, who's a radical leftist, decided that ShotSpotter was racist. So they pulled it, and so naturally homicides have gone up. The University of Chicago suggested there's 85 additional homicides in Chicago this year because they pulled ShotSpotter. So it's not perfect, but I love to see the overall trend, and it's absolutely right. The numbers, granted, coming down from peaks in 21 and 22. But still, it's great news, and if we're already at a 30-year low, and especially on homicides and violent crime. But I think we can keep that trend going, and that's I think it's a testament to law enforcement, and especially coming from the Justice Department.
Paul, does it feel safer in Washington, and do you think this is a sign that the Trump administration is succeeding on law and order?
I can't really tell, but. The way to look at this is there's been a long-term plummeting of crime really since Bill Clinton passed the crime bill in '92. You saw a spike during the first 2 years of the pandemic, and then in 2023, in the first 6 months of 2023, a 9.4% drop in the homicide rate, and that has continued now over a number of years. So I think policing does absolutely make a difference. It is always hard to kind of connect a statistic to a tactic, but I do think it matters. And a combination of years of better police practices, technologies, and look, changes in demography, changes in drug patterns. A lot has gone into this. There's a great debate about what's been bringing it down. We've had many, many stories in the Washington Monthly about it, but it is great news.
Okay, we're going to stay in Washington for our next story. A Washington Post poll suggests that the majority of Americans are unenthusiastic about President Trump's architectural projects in the Capitol. We're talking here about the proposed White House ballroom, the large triumphal arch, and the remodeling of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Well, according to that poll, only 12% of people surveyed are enthusiastic about that trio of projects. Unsurprisingly, Democrats and independents are least in favor of those initiatives. I mean, Paul, let me stay with you for a moment because you are in Washington. Do you think those projects are going to make Washington more beautiful?
Look, when you said unenthusiastic, that is an understatement. In this poll, 3-1, the American public is against this building spree. Now, the reflecting pool, I think everybody would like that to be fixed. It's just that the Trump administration has made such a hash of the job. But on the ballroom and the arch, there's just overwhelming anger, lack of enthusiasm. And if you look at what people said to the pollsters, it's, Donald Trump stroking his own ego. It's a waste of money. It's laundering donations. The public hates this edifice complex of the president's in numbers you just don't see very often in other issues.
Greg, let me get your thoughts. 3 projects for Washington. Is there one that you like more than all the others? And why do you think everyone's so down on them?
Yeah, I mean, again, the country's very divided. So on half the country will be critical of whatever the president does. What's interesting about what he's doing is all of the projects are basically consistent with beautiful Greek architecture in Washington or classical architecture in Washington. It's when we've had these eyesores pop up over the last few generations, especially in the 60s and 70s, some of the buildings that don't fit in with the rest of the architecture. But these will be very consistent. So I'm not surprised they don't poll well, especially outside of Washington, where people just don't trust government spending their tax dollars, and I understand that. But I think in this case, the president, again, is willing to spend some political capital, knowing that it's not going to poll well, but he's doing what's best for the city and best for the capital, if you really look at the projects themselves.
Greg, which one do you like the most?
The ballroom, for sure.
Okay, Paul, do you think the ballroom's necessary?
No. We've had generations. When I was in the White House, we had plenty of events that worked fine without a ballroom. If you're going to have a ballroom go through Congress, it's their money, it's our money. You don't do it unilaterally. You don't tear down the East Wing. People are furious at those videos of the president's people tearing down the East Wing. All of this is going to get, if there's a Democratic president, I would put money down that all of this will be wiped off. This will not survive.
Okay, let's move on. Our last story of the day, the New York mayor, Zoran Mamdani, had said that he would see to it that the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, was arrested if he sets foot in his city. This is in line with the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant over his role in the war in Gaza. Well, Mamdani has described Netanyahu as a war criminal and said he's not welcome in his city. But he has now conceded he doesn't have the legal authority to enforce that warrant. Paul, the Israeli ambassador to the UN, said to Mamdani, "You were elected to serve New Yorkers, not Hamas propaganda," he said. "Do your job." Do you think a lot of New Yorkers feel the same way as Danny Danon, the Israeli ambassador to the UN?
I actually haven't seen the polling on this one. Mamdani did win the election, and he did make this promise. So in that sense, maybe they support it. But this is one clearly where he said something, he made a promise in the election that he could not keep. And it's now gotten to the point where he's admitted he doesn't have the authority to do it. I wish, others in elected office would recognize when they don't have the statutory authority to do what they promised.
Greg, we've discussed this topic earlier in the week, not you and I, but us with other guests. And this move by Mamdani, this declaration he'd arrest Netanyahu were he to come to New York, which he probably will do in September, they dismissed it as political theatre. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, it's totally performative. And, look, he should have known that he did not have that authority. If he didn't know, it's because he didn't want to know. And, look, I thought John Fetterman made a great comment on Monday, a senator from Pennsylvania. He said, "You're the mayor, fix some potholes." So, obviously he's way outside of his remit, and he has no business making these comments. And he keeps perpetuating, this myth of Israel committing genocide. It's really absurd. Look, the Democrats did this in 1972. They surged too far to the left. They ended up getting crushed in the 72 elections. I think that's the way they're moving. And, the so-called Kami Mamdani is leading the charge.
Okay, Paul, is that the way you see things?
I don't know what that is. Kami Mamdani, he's not a communist. We've had this discussion before. But I agree. He didn't have the authority. He should have known before he opened his mouth during the campaign. Maybe he spoke out of conviction. Maybe he knew it would be a great line for the voters. In any event, he doesn't have the authority. He's gone on TV, spoken directly to the people of New York, admitting he doesn't have an authority. And that was good of him. And that's what elected officials who don't have the authority and pretend to should do all the time.
And what about this sense that some people seem to have, that by saying something like this, Mamdani is therefore neglecting his duties as mayor? I mean, Greg, do you think, from where you sit, obviously very far away from New York, admittedly, but do you get the sense that Mamdani's doing a reasonable job as mayor?
The answer is no. I was in New York earlier this week. I spent a lot of time there, and the people are really upset. And most of many taxpayers are leaving New York, and Mamdani was the final straw. It's been happening for a decade plus. Started with Bill de Blasio after 2 decades of Rudy Giuliani and Mike Bloomberg, who did a great job reducing crime, did a great job developing the city. And so, look, people are really upset with Mamdani, and that's because they probably didn't go and vote. And good for Mamdani for running a great campaign and getting the vote out. Most of his support is from college-educated but downwardly mobile people. So they're naturally upset because they got their gender studies major from Brown, and they can't find a job, or their job is as a barista. And so he appealed to that segment, and he did really well with that. So he's not really getting the support from the workers, the working class that he's always arguing for. He's actually getting support from progressive college graduates that are from wealth but are downwardly mobile. Okay. But the rest of the people are really upset with Mamdani, the people that work, basically.
Paul, is that how it looks to you? How do you think Mamdani's doing?
Not at all. Not at all. That's a very disparaging way of describing the majority of New Yorkers. He did fine. His polls are fine. He's had some very big successes in New York so far. It's very early in his administration. He's wildly popular. I mean, I don't know where that impression comes from that he's not. Look, I'm not in favor of every policy he comes up with, but he won an election fair and square. He's got voters of every income level, education level, heritage, all over the city. Obviously there's a lot, he has a lot, as any mayor does, plenty of opponents in the outer boroughs and in the Upper East Side, perhaps, but he's doing fine.
Okay. I mean, do you think, Greg, in any shape or form, Mamdani's opinions and his platform with regards to attitudes in the United States, with regards to sentiment towards Israel, sentiment towards the Palestinians?
Well, there's no doubt the sentiment has changed because the people have been told this myth that, Israel, again, quote unquote, is committing genocide. You've got a really hostile media, always been against Israel. You've got the UN in New York, always hostile to Israel. So, yeah, the sentiment's changed. I don't think it's fair, but, it is what it is. And if you're told enough times that, Israel's bad, it's an amazing trick that, this happened in Rwanda with the genocide in '93 where the progressive left were able to flip the narrative that, the Tutsis were bad. And then next thing you know, you have a real genocide. So it's amazing how it's a Jedi mind trick, how the October 7th, which you could argue was genocidal, has been flipped against Israel. So I'm not surprised that the polling has changed. I think the Republicans are still solidly behind Israel, but it's surely changed with the Democrats. And part of it's because of the sort of radical left argument that you get from people like Mamdani.
Okay, Greg, you had the first word. Let's give the last word of this discussion to Paul. Paul, I mean, feel free to pick up on any of the points that were made there, and I'd like to get your view as to whether or not there are indeed shifting attitudes towards the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Well, I think you just heard, Greg, that the attitudes have shifted profoundly. Part of it is the rise of young, far left people with far left viewpoints, but it's overwhelmingly the behavior of Israel. Israel had the world at its back and the President of the United States at its back in that horrible attack on October 7th, and continuously eroded that support, and now is complicit in the invasion, in the war in Iran. People hate that war. They see Israel having been a partner in that, and that doesn't help either. And so generations of support for Israel among Democrats for decades has just shrunk, and it's very, very, very sad. And it is happening, my friend, on the right too. There is a wave of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism on the right now. I think, Republican office holders are holding mostly steady on Israel, but the joists are rotting away. It's very sad.
Okay, well, we're going to have to wrap it up there, but really appreciate you both taking the time to speak to us. Paul Glasser is former chief speechwriter to President Clinton. You had the last word. Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, you had the first word. A very big thank you to both of you.
Thanks, Tom. Good to see you.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, bye-bye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berkeley. Known for its world-class university, liberal politics, and cultural and culinary pursuits, Berkeley City. It is but a mid-sized city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California with much to offer. It has about only 112,000 people, but with a great presence and strong reputation. You'll surely find an eclectic mix of cultures in this free-thinking city. It is home to a variety of yuppies, hippies, students, scientists, and activists. Where to go in the city of Berkeley? First, there's the Berkeley Art Museum, with high-profile exhibits regularly on schedule. It's got its own permanent collection and rotating with participating artists too. For a relaxing day in the city, drop by the Berkeley Marina and Pier. It is home to restaurants, sailing clubs, and the park. You will see the view of the popular Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco skyline. Then, there's the Pacific Film Archive, with one of the most extensive film archives in the world. You'll surely learn about directors that hail from different eras and artistic movements. It is also the venue for the annual San Francisco International Film Fest. Another must-visit is the historic People's Park, a landmark of the free speech movement. Then, of course, there's the popular University of California, Berkeley. It has a visitor center for tourists, and you can go around its 178-acre campus. When you want a taste of the best local produce, there's the Farmers Market. It's got prepared foods as well as performers and booths for local organizations too. Along downtown Berkeley, there are also game shops for hobbyists and gamers. There are specialty shops, some to feature their proudly locally made products. You'll find bookstores around here too. For a taste of Berkeley's gourmet food options, head over the streets up north. You'll also find Pakistani and Mexican restaurants here. The fresh food movement has become quite active around Berkeley. You'll find fertile farms and exquisite wineries around the city too. It's time for us to go. pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not
Yeah,
you.
Put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
Yeah.
What are you your hand up for?
Maybe Stones, you know.
Oh, that's what I'm just about to. Don't wait, trying to steal mine.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge, and Colton Cole. How are you, chaps?
How are you, mate?
Good,
you good?
Bit fresher this week?
A little bit.
Yeah. What's the hesitation? What's the hesitation?
I had my mate stay over, didn't I? And he's a bad influence.
Oh, yeah. Luke.
Yeah, you know him well. But
yeah.
I usually always get the blame, but I've got
Rubio.
video evidence and voice note evidence.
That's true.
And I sent it to you guys.
Yeah.
He's the bad influence.
Yeah.
And he ended up not going home. Ended
Well,
up
we gave
staying
you some
2
advice.
nights.
Yeah.
And led me a little bit astray yesterday. But I stood strong and I was in bed by 9:30.
I like the way that
so
you was
not
getting
too
receipts. Like he's filming him on the slide going, should we go to bed? And Luke's going, nah, another couple
bad.
Bridgie.
And
he's
kind
going,
of drinks he kept going.
do you know what I mean? Gathering evidence, like the old Bill.
Because I always get the blame, mate, and his missus blames me as well.
Yeah, everyone blames Bridgie.
You went Ashcroft, didn't you?
I did go, mate. Me and him went, mate. I think he is superb. At one point, he, the whole place was bouncing the O2, and it was Bittersweet Symphony, and he
That was at
finished
the
with
end.
Sonnet and then Bittersweet Symphony. But he dedicated it
To his dog.
to his dog. No, that was Drugs Don't Work.
Yeah,
He
Drugs Don't
dedicated
Work.
to
Yeah,
his,
that
to his
was-
dog. But he dedicated it to all the hard-working men.
Oh,
Do you
yeah,
know, like,
that was the
you
other
were out
one,
there,
yeah.
like, he said, you're out there, you're trying to earn a living. I know it's tough, like, you spent your money to come
Yeah.
here. And then you felt the place go, wow. Do you know? And then the tune dropped.
Yeah.
And he was
It's a
like,
great tune
it
as
was
well.
just, and he kept it going. Mate, he's soulful.
Yes.
Before we move on, can I just say your hair looks sensational?
Oh, cheers,
today.
mate. Thanks very much.
Like,
yeah.
good.
Looks
I
good.
like it.
Got the afro going, didn't you?
Well, I grew it a little bit, didn't I?
He does look
And then
good,
I can't do what the hairdresser did, though.
What?
He made it into like a proper permy thing. And I try and do it, mate. It's like frisball. It's just like a frisball.
Do you know what? I could give you a good.
Good lesson.
I could give
Yeah?
you a good haircut, mate.
Yeah?
Give you a nice
Well,
little
you're-
mullet.
you're just
give you a little mullet.
He was trying to talk
love
me
that.
into
Love
a
the
mullet.
mullet.
Everyone's getting mullet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
back
I
in,
know,
mate.
yeah.
Give you a nice
I
little
don't
mullet.
know.
I
do a
would
mullet.
love to have that hair, but listen,
You can
like,
still grow it
genuinely,
at the
nah,
back.
I can't. I would genuinely love to, mate. I just can't bring myself to go and,
I wish I had hair,
mate.
mate. What I'd,
I think it would change the way I walk. Would be more
And talk.
honestly, and talk.
talk.
Everything, shoulders would come back a little bit.
We've seen what
You
happened
all
to.
like that anyway.
But listen, we need to get back. We need to get going, right?
Yeah.
Spurs relegation battle. Listen, Igor Tudor's. He's been sacked after 7 games. He's in charge for 44 days. He lost 5 of these 7 games and 1 point in the 5 Premier League games. Right, first things first. Where's it going? But do the board need to take some responsibility for this?
I don't think anyone knows where it's going, do they?
But
Of course they got to take responsibility.
yeah.
It's a it just seems like an absolute shambles.
What was your
but-
initial thoughts when he come in? Because you look at the names that were linked to it. Originally, there was talk of Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, and now Sean Dyche has come into that. And De Zerbi's the front runner. They all make sense. Igor Tudor never seemed to make sense to me. He had no
connection
to the club, no Premier League experience, and he was a taskmaster. So for me, the board have looked at it, and it just shows their naivety. That the fact that they all of them things were not taken into consideration, and they don't even understand. One thing the board has to have, it has to have an understanding of the type of players it's bringing into the club and the type of group they are. The group at Spurs seem to me like a group that have been, first of all, they've got some of the best managers of the last 15 years sacked. You know, and you know that because we've seen the documentary, you know, with certain players, you know, so you've seen behind the scenes certain players go into Daniel Levy, you know, all of that nonsense that happens at football clubs. You've seen all of that under Mourinho and like Conte, you know, some top managers.
Yeah.
So if you know, it seems like a very, very fragile bunch of players, and Igor Tudor is a taskmaster. So they just didn't work from the off. These boys gone, no, I don't know how to get a tune out of them. Well, I know what I would do. I would go and get Harry Redknapp with Robbie Keane.
Even Jermaine Defoe.
Jermaine Defoe, we'll get onto that later because that's another madness, him taking that job where he's gone. But they need to be nurtured through this crisis, get to the summer, stay in the Premier League, and then you have to recalibrate the whole club and get people in who actually understand football. Because the Igor Tudor thing was like an exercise in how to you know, take your club backwards. It was mental.
Yeah, for me, I look at all of this with I've taken it in with open arms because obviously West Ham are where we are and we are contending not to be relegated. I wish for Forest and Spurs to carry on their current form, because obviously it's good for us. You know what I mean? So that Forest Spurs game, that was an interesting game because someone said earlier they would have rather Forest have lost than Spurs because they think probably Spurs have got more in the locker to get out of this scenario. But I think vice versa.
We've been saying that for weeks.
I think vice versa. I think Forest have shored up a little bit.
Do you
know what I mean? Especially after that game, but I thought that before because Pereira's done really well coming in. I think that he's starting to get a tune out of the Forest players, and they've got a good squad too. So I look at it, I think it's out of Leeds can get brought into this as well, but Forest and Spurs and West Ham are in it. Yeah, and we need to go with. I'm going with Spurs to go down.
Really?
Yeah, because obviously I don't want West Ham to go down.
Yeah, but what have you seen in Spurs? That
he just don't like him.
No, it's nothing to do with that. Actually, it's nothing to do with.
What do you see? Because I
just think the players. I'm not battering them. Don't get me wrong, but I just think they're for me they're copping out.
I think they've got it mentally.
Sometimes, because sometimes they come out. That second half against Man City, right? That second half against Man City, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was thinking they had Man City like on the back foot,
on the ropes.
On the ropes. I'm thinking, so where's this been? This performance? Don't just roll out your best performances when you want to. So it shows that they're doing it. They can do it, and they're willing to do it, but under the right circumstances. Which is, I think, you can't pick and choose your battles when you're in a relegation battle. You got to be out there. Making sure, I've been in relegation battles, you can't pick and choose when you want to perform. So it seems like to me that they are, and they're just blaming on the manager. The players
do you not think
are blaming on the manager.
Some of it comes down to their mentality, though. Like fear as well. Because
do you think it's fear with them?
I reckon there's people in the Premier League, and especially if you're down there and you're having a hard time. We're all built different. We're all wired. We're all wired differently. There will be probably people that go out on that pitch and think they're worrying. Don't make a mistake here. And that affects your game. Yeah.
Well, we talked about this on the pod before, right? Where you look at Tottenham fans have probably thought to themselves, we've got Romero, we've got Van der Ven, we've got Solanke.
On paper,
kudos, we've got great players, right? But what you don't understand, what people maybe don't understand is, right, we've all been footballers, right? Think of yourself when you're at your highest confidence and how you performed, and then think of yourself when you're at the lowest confidence, right? Two different players, right? So the whole Tottenham squad is low on confidence. So the leader's critical. The first thing you have to do...
Who are the leaders? Or do the leaders keep on getting sent off?
Yeah, that's true. But
Romero.
But I'm talking, all right, the ultimate leader, whoever the manager is, he has to come and give confidence to the players, right? And that's but they have to buy into him. They have to believe in the manager coming in to go, right, whoever it may be, you know, and there's talk at the moment before we go to him.
You've got to make them, haven't you? When I look at, like, you might have had more managers than me, but 2 managers, or maybe 3 that stand out. Well, probably 4 actually. You had Hoddle, Mourinho, Strachan, and Gus Poyet.
Right.
You know, they just had something about them.
Yeah.
Gus Poyet,
yeah.
You love Gus Poyet.
I loved him. He was brilliant, tactically brilliant. But they had a way of getting it across. And do you know, you had that feeling when Mourinho come in. No, you got to be on it here.
Yeah.
On it. Same with Glenn Hoddle. Motivational, but just like, I don't know if it's putting pressure on you, but it's just, they were on you, and the training had to be good. Do you know what I mean? And the way they got their message across, they were all very different.
Yeah.
But I come across some managers and I think to myself, how are you even a manager?
How was the training then with these managers? How was the training? Was training more intense than other managers that you've had?
Gordon Strachan trained was intense. We were super fit. I say Mourinho was just training as intense.
Yeah.
And very demanding. If it was ever slack, I think it was on your case. Hoddle was training was just brilliant, but tactically, I just thought he was way ahead. Like it was like Mourinho, tactically very good. But I'd just say Hoddle was just way ahead of his time.
So like when you're talking about a dogfight in the relegation battle, out of all those managers you've named, who would you have? Like in the situation Spurs are in now,
I think you could take any of them.
Yeah,
I think.
Do they bring different qualities?
Okay, here's a better question for you then, right? So, I agree with you. We've all been relegated, right? And I've also had relegation battles which we've won. And I'm looking at the names on the list now. So you've got Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, Sean Dyche, and De Zerbi. De Zerbi's the favourite. So, right, Harry Redknapp. I spoke to him the other day. He's 78 years of age, but he looked fresh as. When I was chatting to him
the other day as well.
When I was chatting to him, we was talking about old times. Right, this is how much his brain works. He remembered youth team games I played that I didn't remember. So he's sharp as a tack, Harry. Still, forget his fact he's been in a jungle eating bugs and all that. He probably could still go in
probably
there.
Helped him.
Protein. Yeah. Glenn Hoddle the same. I work with Glenn.
100%.
Glenn had obviously his heart condition.
Yeah.
But Glenn, when he talks and visualises football, and plus with Glenn, he like Harry, they both know the club inside out. They know the fans, and don't underestimate that because every club has got a relationship between the fans and the team. You know, we've all played for West Ham, and that's a very unique relationship between the fans. And just so we wouldn't understand going in what's needed. So Igor Tudor coming to Tottenham, no idea of what the fans expected. Played a certain way. Fans went, we don't like this straight, and it didn't work.
And the players as well.
And the players, right? So them two there. Robbie Keane the same, but Robbie Keane's on the other end of the spectrum. He's at the start of his managerial career. He's 45. He's won 2 league titles. And he's bubbly and he's full of energy. He's like. And then Sean Dyche, he is the old hand. So any of them options are good. Now, I think De Zerbi, who's the actual favourite, I think he's the one where you look at...
He's a wild card.
Although he's probably the most, reputation-wise, the most talented of all of them at the moment, I think he doesn't know the club.
It's a risk. He does know the club. He's been in the Premier League. He knows the club.
Yeah, but not like in the same... Not for as long as the others, right? So I think he plays a brand of football which...
Yeah, he needs to just get a result out of these boys. And the brand of football at this stage is not important.
Right.
Yeah? So I think he is a very good manager that will come in and say, listen, we just need to win games.
Yeah.
So the brand of football's out the window at this stage. I think for anyone. It's not about brand of football when you're trying to save your career. You're not your career, you're the status of Premier League football. So I think what will happen if De Zerbi does come in, he'll say, listen, if we get relegated, I want a pay rise. Because this is actually a job that's going to damage my status if we do get relegated because we're on the downhill slope now. So what are we actually working towards here? So he's going to have to... But if they want him now... So if he does save the season, he's going to get a bumper contract. And is that good for Spurs in the long run? Like having him as a beacon of light? Because next season, if they do say that he's going to have to spend money because he's not going to want some of those players.
Yeah,
he's going to be on big wedge because he saved them as well.
Yeah,
so it's going to be they're going to be in a dilemma anyway. I think.
All right. Okay. All right.
I think they're going to be in a dilemma.
But put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
Yeah, I ain't got one either.
Nah, mate.
I'll try and put one on. Go on.
I don't
I'll
even think
put
the
one on
fans have
for
got
you.
one anymore. They've taken it off.
Okay,
Go on then. I'll put the Tottenham hat on. What you got?
No one's got a Tottenham hat. I've never heard of a Tottenham hat.
All right, okay, all right. If you're all right, but seriously, if you was on the board at Tottenham,
yeah, what
would you do now? Between they got 7 games to go. Is it 7 games to go?
What would you do? To save the season?
Save the season. And
I'll take them down the pub. Yeah. I'll take them down the pub. Team bonded, mate.
Mate, that didn't work at West Ham when we were there.
That's because
there's 2 people ended up having a fight.
Did they?
We went down.
Yeah, we did.
Who had a fight?
We went down.
Who was the ones that had a fight?
I can't remember. I think wasn't it?
I was just drunk and disorderly.
Someone else.
I was drunk and disorderly. That was. But
a bit team bonding. It just ended up in a row.
Ended up in a brawl. And sometimes you need a brawl.
Yeah, sometimes
that just showed you that we're going down. After that night.
Lads in the cab home like that. It's done, lads.
This didn't work, did it? But if you get it early enough and you got a few characters in that dressing room, I think you can always save a season on a night out on the lash. I think you can.
Yeah, but can I say as well?
But these boys nowadays are not doing it.
I know, but so people go, that might be old school thinking, right? But listen, it's not old school because men bond. Sometimes there's barriers. So you have a few drinks and you lighten up and you can sometimes say a few things.
Jokes.
Relax. Yeah. And then you that's how men do it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
But it's very hard to get people to bond when you just don't like each other.
Yeah, that's true.
It didn't help when people were bringing out their wives on the team night out. That's what happened.
Really?
They're bringing out their wives.
Yes, unacceptable.
Unacceptable behaviour. So obviously,
my wife's coming to this podcast in a minute.
This is men's only. Men's only. When it's like that. But look, I think the bonding thing, I've done a lot of bonding in my life, mate.
I've seen it work at Southampton.
You know what I mean?
I've seen it work.
I know how it looks. I know what it's supposed to look like.
When you're down there, you've got to have everyone in that team ready to fight.
Yeah.
You've got to have that fight mentality, give everything for each other.
And what people don't understand is when you're in a relegation fight and you're playing football, right? Because for all intents and purposes, most people are not as lucky as we are to have played professional football, right? And when you could play a Premier League game, day 5, sun's out, crowd's okay, no pressure. Day 35, when you need to win, and everyone at the club's job's on the line. The fans, they're angry with you because they pay their money, and then you've got to go out there and perform to your level with players that you think have let you down, or so all of that emotional stuff comes together. So you're right. You need to find a way. You need to find a way to come together and play under that pressure, and that's why I think Spurs will struggle because I don't think they have no idea what they're coming in for.
No, but Coley, look at this though. They was in this last season as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. They mastered it with the European Cup.
Yeah.
But they was in this last season and they've not improved in the Premier League since. So what's that telling you? You know what I mean? Like
it's a pattern.
It's a pattern. So you can look at all the managers. You've got to start looking at the players. The players are the ones that are like... They're the ones that are getting used to this lifestyle.
Yeah.
They're getting used to this lifestyle, being right at the bottom and fighting for their lives. And the thing about it, on top of that, why are they there? Look, how much does that squad cost? They've got no business being down there. Do you know? They've got no... So it hasn't been addressed last season. All you thought it was the manager's fault. Nah, you got to start looking at the players.
Yeah.
You've had it where a manager's been parachuted in at West Ham. What's that actually like?
Well... When Trevor Brooking come in, it come in off the back because Glenn Roeder had, bless him, he had the brain injury, didn't he? And he collapsed. So I got the phone call. I was captain. I got the phone call. We just lost a terrible game at home, and I was actually in Romford and I was having a bit of dinner. I was with I think I was with my mum and dad. I was having a bit of dinner and then Glenn's not well. Blah, blah, blah. And then you think, just hope he's... Then first of all, you go with the family and hope he's all right and everything. Then the next day, it was one of them. They had no option. So Trevor was working with a board. So Trevor we'd never seen at the training ground. So then all of a sudden, I went into his office as captain and we had a half an hour chat about what's wrong. What does he think? What does I think? And remember, I'm 21 at the time. So I'm like, it's all new. So you're just...
It's mad to do it at that age.
At that age, really. Yeah. So, so we had an honest conversation, and sort of Paolo was coming back from injury, And he's like, I'm bringing Paolo back in the team. And I was like, well, that's great, you know. But like, Paolo was a great player, great legend at West Ham. But he wasn't like someone you could go. He was
depend on,
you know, because because he's a genius, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes he'd win us games out of nothing, but and then so we Trevor come in,
a maverick, wasn't he? Proper maverick.
Yeah, and he brought Paolo back into, you know, there's a lot of pressure on Glenn, and the lads love Glenn and they'd fight for Glenn, right? But there was probably a subset of players that probably weren't happy, like any relegation battle, right? So Trev come in. And Trev's very inoffensive. He was a great player at West Ham, one of the all-time greats, you know, for England as well. And I think what he'd done really well, and it was complete new for him. So 21-year-old captain, as much as he's a legend, he'd never managed. So the coaches, we simplified everything. I think Glenn's injuries, illness, situation brought us all together because we're like, come on, guys, come on. We've got to do this. And we went on and won, I think it was 4 out of 6 or something, and we got to 42 points. We went down, and, you know, nobody's gone down on that. So what Trev done, him, but also because the fact of what happened to Glenn, when it becomes life rather than football, it brings you all together. And I just remember thinking, right, I've always give everything to the team whenever I played, but I was like, put myself completely to the side. Yeah. And I was like, I need to just... And you give everything, and eventually it didn't work. We went down.
What players are doing that
at Spurs? Well, I
can see it at West Ham now.
I'll tell you
some
one
of the
player.
boys are playing out of their skin. You got to look at it. So I look at Spurs, and I don't see that. That bond, that grit, that I will die for you. Kind of thing. Yeah. And you can say, they're playing. At least at West Ham, they're saying, at least they're playing for the manager. Yeah. You can't say that Spurs. So there's a void there.
Do you know what Harry Redknapp's a genius, right? When he said if he took the job at Spurs, he said the first thing he'd do is make Archie Gray captain.
He's a player as well.
Yeah. Absolute player. And he's the only one, not the only one I've seen with Tottenham that's at it all the time, giving himself. And he's, 20? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, listen, we move on, but whoever comes in at Tottenham's got to find a way of just...
Getting that team together.
Getting it together. Right, let's fast forward to the summer, boys. Right, England, it's June the 17th, the sun's shining, Bridgie's by the pool with his Speedos on.
With the rum and coke.
Carlton's rum and coke.
Rum and ginger, mate. Rum and ginger.
Yeah. Carlton's relaxing with a spicy margarita.
Yeah, in the pool.
And I'm
my rubber dinghy.
And I'm lavering up my slap head.
Yeah, okay.
Mate, you can't dive,
So, what about we need to put the
footage up. We need to
put Sam Palmer's house.
Carlton learning to dive.
Mate, it's
Carlton
diabolical. Diabolical. I've made a fool of myself. Anyway.
Go on, back to England.
Right, back to England. Right. But we're in Dallas and we're England and we're about to face Croatia.
Yeah.
Right. This is not a question of who do you think Thomas Tuchel will play. This question is, who would you play? You can take as long as you like. You could just name 11 or say how you would play.
Goalie. What are we going? Pickford?
Yeah, Pickford. Yeah. He's tried and tested, not let the country down.
Pickford. But what I would say is...
Trafford.
I think this would be Pickford's last tournament. Yeah. Because I watched Trafford in that cup final. All right, okay, all right.
Yeah. But you want to shoehorn Trafford in?
Yeah.
No,
just say that, mate.
Yeah. He's good. He looks great.
He looks
I reckon
so
if
calm.
you was Gaffer now, if you was Gaffer, you would pick.
Would you
Trafford.
chuck him in?
You chuck him in.
I don't know. You'd have to be around him more.
I'd have to be around him more. But I think Pickford's brilliant, right? And I think he's getting on a bit.
No, yeah, he's not getting on a bit.
I think he's brilliant, right?
Mate,
but I just think
goalkeepers don't get on a bit.
I've been more
longevity.
I've not been as excited about an English goalkeeper since I've seen Trafford. He looks so calm.
You know what you're like, right? Do you know what you're like?
Go on.
You're the guy. The night before Christmas, you already opened the presents. You're impatient, bro. Just chill out, man. You don't want to.
All right, we're going to pick for
I saw you put Dowman in your squad to go.
No, that was me.
No, he did.
Oh, was that you?
To be fair, right, when we did that, right, when you asked us on and off the plane, I looked at this yesterday trying to name a squad, and I was thinking, You know, if we're going from Ed. I'm so happy I'm the England manager. Not that I ever would be. But it's a headache, mate.
Wait till you see how much they pay him.
It's a headache. All right, yeah. All right. I need to do my badges first. But it's a headache.
I reckon you'd be a good manager.
It's a headache. Oh, yeah, I'll be really good.
Yeah, I know you'd be
you
good.
would. Just be shouting at the referee all the time.
It's hard, even to pick an 11.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's hard, mate, but that's what we're doing.
All right, we're doing it. I'm going to go.
To be a good manager, you got to shout at the referee, and you're very good at it.
Yeah. Right, I was back 4. I'll go James, Gahey, Konza, O'Reilly, left back.
Oh, yeah.
So James, Gahey.
That could change tomorrow.
Konza, so they're two left-sided.
All right. So
bit lopsided, isn't it?
No, that'd be fine.
Where's the back? We've got players.
All right, who do you put in? Harry?
Nah.
Who?
I don't know yet.
Yeah,
we ain't got to me yet. We ain't got to me yet.
Stick with me. All right, yeah.
Stick with you,
that's what I've gone
you
for.
might say something.
I could change my mind tomorrow. That's what I've gone for. Riley.
Okay.
At that precise moment in time, yeah.
What formation are you going to play?
Well, 4 at the back, because there's 4 defenders there, yeah.
Mate, you're looking at me like I'm the old Bill, interrogating him. Just tell me.
After the back 4, it's just a complete headache.
Right, okay.
Me. Like, sometimes I think I'd play just 1 holding.
Right.
Sometimes 2, but I put...
First game at the World Cup. So think about it, like, that's the mentality you've got to be in.
I know, but I'm also a little bit like... I like us to have a go. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I think we're playing really well and then we sit back and don't have a go. But I put in Anderson and Rice.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Physical, strong. Yeah.
Chuck Jude in there.
Yeah, it's a powerful midfield.
Yeah. Then, obviously, Kane up front.
Yeah.
And 2 wingers. Honestly, that's just headache.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Like 1 minute I think Gordon.
Yeah.
Rashford.
Yeah.
Next time I'm thinking Palmer, Saka. As you know, you've got to go on form.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Well, you won't go
and then I'm leaving Foden out for... No, so I mean, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, and I love Palmer as a player, and I think he plays with that. Well, this is my team, not yours, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Stop
criticising. Do you know what I mean? I can't wait for you to pick your team.
Go on.
Right, so... Or you can go Gordon and Rashford. I just think they're both dangerous, quick.
Rashford was unbelievable the other night.
Yeah, really like him. So it's hard. I'm going Palmer, and then I think I'm going Rashford.
Yeah. Okay,
but I could change my mind tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I like what you did. Obviously,
and Kane up front.
Right, okay, if you could, you're England manager, right? There's a knock on your door. The doctor's knocking on your door 9 o'clock before the first game, right? And he's gone, Gaffer, he's going to tell you 1 player's ill, they can't play tomorrow. Who's the most important player for England? Because that happens, and you've got to adjust.
Kane.
Okay.
But he's not injured.
I said, give him some cowpole, get him live.
He'll play for
running a high fever.
He's
running a high fever.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. That's interesting. The people,
it's all right, team.
Yeah.
Coley.
Yeah, so I saw it the other night, and I'm going. Do you know what? I'm going to go Trent.
Yeah.
At right back. Pickford in goal, obviously.
Yeah.
Trent at right back, because I just felt, I saw it the other night against Uruguay, and I thought, do you know what I mean? We're missing someone that could flip in, put a ball in on a sixpence for a striker or a winger, spread play, switch play. The one time we switch play, the one time in the game.
Sorry, what are you your hand up for?
I've maybe Stones, you know.
That's what I'm just about to do. Why are you trying to steal mine?
I've got Stones.
Ah, see.
What do you mean you didn't say anything?
Well, let me. Why you put your hand up and
by the way,
interjected?
he's only just wrote down Stones.
I was about to say it. You didn't even let me get there.
I'm just saying.
No, it's bang out of order, that.
Bang out of order. I said it before you even said it.
You put 2 left footers in there.
Don't start.
Go on, Stones.
So I've gone, all right, Trent, because we needed that guy, but then I want to go with Stones.
Right, okay.
Because Stones as well, Bridgie, can play a multitude of positions.
Good word as well.
Yeah, but he's playing centre-back.
No, in this he is, but he can play.
Yeah, well,
so if you want to change formation, you can go 3.
You can go into midfield.
You can go into midfield.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So Trent, Stones, Gahey.
Right.
And the left side...
He's going to go Hall.
I like Hall, mate.
Yeah, okay.
I like Hall. I think he bombs on. I think he could get into any Premier League team.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's got a massive future in front of him. So I'm going to go Lewis Hall.
Okay, good.
He's ex-Chelsea as well.
Yeah.
He's a good lad.
Another one I've coached.
Yeah.
Only about 3 times.
It's been in the Joe Cole school, yeah? Academy.
I'm just listen.
All right. Yeah. So then I'm going to go protected. I'm going to go Rice.
Yeah.
His first name in that midfield.
Yeah.
Now, this is the player that goes next to him is going to be very, very important for England. Because it will give him either license to go forward or license
give license
just to
Rice
patrol.
to go forward.
Yeah. And I want him to go forward.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I'll probably go. I know this might be controversial.
Go on.
And because I saw him the other night and I thought he was brilliant. I'm going to go Ghana.
Wow.
For me, he's going to be coming in there fresh.
Yeah.
Wanting to improve. I heard Tuchel talking about him, saying, well, he's got a few things to learn.
Yeah.
But he looks like a good player. He's going to play with no fear in there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a wild card, Coley.
It is a wild card.
Yeah.
And I know that people will probably batter me, but I like Ghana.
No,
and everyone's going to go Wharton or Anderson. Or I'm going to go Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just in front of them, Bellingham. You've got to go Bellingham.
Yeah.
But I would have, if he's injured, I'm going Eze.
Right, okay.
In that. Then I'm going to go on the right side. I was going to wear my West Ham hat on, put my West Ham hat on and go with Bowen.
Right.
Just because everyone's talking about all these other players. He's not in form, Cole Palmer, blah.
Yeah.
Bowen, you know what you're getting. He done
yeah.
something the other day. The ball got switched to him.
Yeah, I remember.
Takes it on his chest, bang, straight down, right onto the defender. Defender didn't know what he was doing, didn't know where he was, and whips a ball in. And that's where I want Harry Kane to be finishing his dinner. Do you know what I mean? Straightforward. All of this, getting the ball, coaxing it, then cutting outside, cutting inside to condense the space inside when really you want your winger to go down the wing and cross the ball. Like, I'm an old school, I'm an old-fashioned centre forward. And that's what Solanke, that's what Calvert-Lewin was missing. Calvert-Lewin got one cross in. I do remember there was one cross that he received and he missed the header.
Good
It's
chance.
only Cole Palmer
Good
came
chance.
on. Cole Palmer came on, giving him a good ball. So I want to see more of that because it's more direct for me. So I'm going to go Bellet. So I'm going to go. Saying all of that, I bigged up my boy.
Yeah.
No, he's not playing.
But he's not playing. He's not playing.
He's going though.
But yeah,
he's going.
He's definitely going.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go.
I think it's one of the hardest positions to choose. Actually.
Yeah.
I'm going.
I think it is.
We've got options.
I'm going.
We've got loads of options.
Noni Madueke.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know people are going to say, "Oh, how can you do that?" He's not first choice for Arsenal. Saka is, but I think in this team he will complement Harry Kane really well because Harry Kane likes to drop in into midfield. Bellingham likes to push on as well.
Yeah.
Rice will be going there as well. So Noni, there'll be cutbacks. Because he's great at that. He'll get into the line. And I know his final ball ain't great, but I think he'll be good with the cutback.
Right.
Because Tuchel will get the best out of him. And I know Tuchel loves him.
Yeah.
Noni
He does. He's direct, isn't he?
He's direct. And on the other side, I'm going with Rashford.
Right, okay.
I'm going with Rashford because he was outstanding the other night. I just looked at him and he just felt, this is a game that I can impress in. I remember there's one run he done.
I saw it.
And he just took on about 4 players. Who does that?
Yeah.
It reminded, But the only thing with Rashford as well, again, on that side, is the final ball into the box. If they can get those two right, because Harry Kane's going to be coming deep, you need your other players going that way.
Yeah.
So they got to be the 2 strikers that are going running behind because Harry Kane's going to condense the midfield.
Well, that's what he does at Bayern Munich, right? Harry Kane drops in and
then Bellingham will go in there, along with somebody else, on Noni Madueke on the other side or Rashford from the other side. Go and get your tap-ins. Go and get your far post tap-ins. That's what football can be easy if you look at it. If I think Tuchel knows that as well.
Yeah.
That's why he's going to be looking at probably Noni and Rashford. If Saka don't want to go that way, if Anthony Gordon's another one, that can go that way too. So he's going to have options. He's going to have options.
So and the same question I asked Bridget: if the doctor's knocking on your door and says, "Who's the last person you wanted to tell you've got a fever, he can't play in the first game? Who's the most important player for England?" I'm
going with Rice.
Yeah,
I'm going with Rice. I think Rice patrols that midfield. You can go front. You can go forward. You can defend the lead. A confident Rice, that is.
Yeah.
And this back end of the season is going to show how good he actually is. where he's going to be having to defend for his life as well as going forward and scoring, contributing in goals for the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So this will be good pressure for him to take into the tournament.
Good.
What about you, Coley?
Right, my team, I'm going to go with Pickford in goal, Reece James, John Stones, Mark Gurhey.
Yeah.
You have to have experience at World Cup. John Stones is massively experienced. Yeah. I would like him to have played more games of football between now. And you always have the element of him because he's breaking down.
But he's fresh.
Right? And he knows what he's doing. And I think just straight away will give us that experience. At left back, I do like Hall, but I'm going to go with O'Reilly.
Ooh.
Same, because, listen, Bridges a left back. He knows what he's looking at. And I think he gives us that penetration down the left-hand channel.
What do you think of that, O'Reilly at left back?
Well, I like him. Look, it's really on it because he plays in a City team.
And he doesn't even play left back all the time.
I don't... Do people understand how hard it is to go and play a few teams, to go and play from English?
Yeah, the contrast is clear.
All the relationships.
Tell me how that was for you when you done that. Like, obviously,
I was alright.
Yeah, but you was very, very good. But for a player that probably hasn't got that experience and is young, how would they approach?
I just think it's very
contrast-wise from playing club football to that left back position. For
one, he's played a lot of different positions for City. They're always kind of moving around and keeping the ball a lot. Whereas obviously when I was playing at Southampton or at Chelsea, it was very much like
regimented.
Give it to the winger, you know. But obviously then the up and down.
And you had
the ball's just very different now.
Yeah, it's very different.
It's played very different. So
very, very different. Yeah. Declan Rice in the midfield. And I'll do Declan Rice, and I'm going to go with Elliot Anderson next to him.
Yeah.
Because I think the reason I do that is because Declan, I would have Declan as a more deeper than he plays at Arsenal, and there's a big push for him to be playing. But we're so strong in that position.
I don't get that.
No, just let him. I would make Declan. I'd say to Declan, you are the most crucial player on the pitch. You are an experienced player. You have to marshal that. Elliot Anderson's coming into you as a youngster. Elliot Anderson's got all of the legs. He's got all the legs, right? And I think if England win this World Cup, we're going to have to win it a little bit, and we have to be really good off the ball and protect the back four. So them two will be sitting there. I'll have Bellingham as the 10, but Bellingham, listen, if he ain't performing, I could quite easily change that to an Eze. I'll have Palmer coming in off the right, like he's been doing at Chelsea, releasing him up. So you'll have Palmer coming in off the right with Bellingham, like playing like a 2-10s effectively. Mate, think about the middle of the park. Then you've got Elliot Anderson, Declan Rice, Palmer, and Bellingham. It's got power. It's got ability. It can open goals everywhere. And on the left, I'll start with Anthony Gordon over Rashford. And the reason I'll start with him is because I think he scores goals. He's a warrior, and he's one of them, Bridgie. I think if I'm playing next to him, whatever the game's going to be, he's going to be at it, and he presses really well, and he's got legs that run in behind. So Harry Kane dropping off, I'd allow O'Reilly to push on as well, so you get sort of as much as you can because you've got two holding midfielders. Reece James on the other side to give us width, So it's going to look. I think we can control possession, and I think we'll win the World Cup.
Ours was basically.
You sound like every fan.
Ours was basically the same.
Every tournament.
Yeah.
We're going to win the Euros.
Mate,
win the World Cup.
Wait till we get there.
You're so fickle.
Wait till we get there.
Ours was basically the same, but I think I did choose Rashford. But Gordon, do you reckon Gordon, because of O'Reilly, helps him more in terms of covering him if you bomb him forward and stuff?
You know what it's like playing for England, Bridgie, at tournaments, right? And you would have seen some players who just can't handle the pressure, right?
Yeah.
Gordon ain't one of them. Gordon's like, and this is I'm saying this in the nicest way.
He's Larry.
He's Larry. He's got a bit of swagger about him. He don't care. I like the fact he called out Shearer and Rooney. Was it Shearer and Rooney on Match of the Day? I like that. If I say something that some player don't like, call me out. Do you know what I mean? Like, so he's got a bit about him. He's a Scouse kid. I think he'll go to the World Cup and he'll puff his chest out like he's done in the. He turned up in the Champions League for the first time. Got what, 9 goals, 10 goals. Like, he don't. The occasion will not get to him, and that is crucial as an England
Do you reckon the manager goes anywhere near those teams we've named?
I think he might be. I think Elliot Anderson plays. I think Elliot Anderson is the one, right? Because in previous regimes, this is another question. In previous regimes, England managers have picked the best players. I think Thomas Tuchel's going, I'm picking what I think the best team. And I think Elliot Anderson might not be the best player, but he could play more at this World Cup than Cole Palmer, than Phil Foden, than Eze. And I don't think he's as talented as a footballer as them, but I think what he does is he brings the balance of the group together. And that's why I picked him. And I think that's probably why you picked him as well.
Yeah.
Well, lads, do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not
Yeah,
you.
Well, we've recorded this on a Monday, so let's see what comes out when the game's on this week. But listen, I really think he'll go with my team, you know.
Yeah, do you reckon?
Yeah. If he's got any sense. Oh yeah, that's true. There's no Arsenal player. So what's going on with that? What's happening with the Arsenal lot? All omitting themselves from international duty. Is that allowed?
Let's read it out here. So we've got,
no, we need to address this.
Yeah, we do need to address this. Like, we're going to call this out on the pod here, right?
Yeah.
So Eze, Saka, Rice, Saliba, Gabriel, Zubimendi, Timber, Trossard, Madueke, Hincapié.
That's it. They're out for the season.
Tony Adams, Steve Morrow, Nigel Winterburn. Everyone's injured.
Everyone's out, mate. Everyone's out.
Come on, like, if you're going to do a move, Arteta, like, don't strong it.
You know the worst thing about it was I feel like...
just like... You know that's a...
What are we doing it?
But they put more pressure on themselves now. Because I think the league's done, right? I think the league's done. But if they throw it away after doing that, it looks even worse.
Wow. Mate, it makes me sick, actually.
Their next game for me is Bournemouth, right?
Yeah.
They've upset them a few times, mate.
Yeah. You've said this
I don't think it'll happen, but they've upset them a few times.
They've got Southampton before, haven't they?
They've got Southampton before in the Cup, but in terms of the league, Bournemouth have upset them
What's the chances of all of them being okay for the Premier League game?
I think we know they're all right, don't we?
Yeah? Do you reckon?
We know they're all
but
right.
I think maybe they're...
How many of them think really injured?
I reckon they all are.
No,
Coley, what are you talking rubbish?
It has to get passed by the medical team.
No, do you know what they'll have? He'll have a tight calf.
It'll be a tight calf, back.
A tight hamstring.
There's negotiation.
All
these negotiating. That's a good thing for people listening, you know, in situations like this. We've seen it in our era when, you know, players, because you're constantly carrying a knock, right? This is a bigger conversation. You're constantly carrying a knock, and you see it England friendly, and some of them players, like Declan knows he's going to the World Cup. Saka knows he's going to the World Cup, right? They're thinking so many important games. So I understand it, right? I understand it from
You've got a little niggle.
You've got a little niggle, like, and then you could, you know, but you could play. You could play, but you're trying to freshen yourselves up. But when it's that many people, Alex Ferguson used to do it.
Yeah, he used to do it.
You know,
you see stories all the time.
No, what I would say is, I don't think at Chelsea, a manager's ever spoke to any of us. No. I never heard it. Certainly not with me, but I never, even with John and Frank and that, like, you can't play for England. It's like, go with England. It was always like, it's a privilege and it's an honour and a privilege to play for your country.
Where they go, you don't have to play a whole game. Play half a game.
You say that, but Ben White stayed behind in the English squad. Do you think it's because he has to? Because he's trying to work himself back into it?
Ben White's played 5 or 6 games. But that's another conversation.
He needs the games.
That's another conversation. We'll get onto that. But I just want to stick with this now because, right, you know, I just think it's not, you know, if how many people were at Wembley, you know, the other night to watch? You want to see the England team.
That's another question. That's another question I've got for you. Like, all right, so you're a punter. Yeah. You go to the England game. You're taking your daughter, your son, first ever game. Yeah. They want to see the big stars. That team that started the other night, and you paid all right $1 for it. You paid for your tickets. That team that started the other night, those are players that you've gone to see? No. Or are you going to be a little bit disappointed not seeing the core of the team at least? Yeah. And do you think that game was a missed opportunity to see whether some of those players that are fringe players, you'd say, that started that game, they could have seen, like, some of the boys that have gone home, the core of the team? What do you think that was not a missed opportunity for some of the fringe players to see how they can gel with the core of the team. Do you know what I mean? Because you want to get that rhythm going.
I think.
No,
I agree with you. I think it was a missed opportunity. I think you're looking at it from Thomas Tuchel's perspective, right? And he's gone, right, I've got these 2 games sandwiched in the most crucial period. Clearly, the Arsenal players and other team players have got other things bigger than these games. The World Cup's it's on the horizon, but it's far away. They've got Champions League, FA Cup.
But what's bigger? Getting the team ready for the World Cup because it's coming up, or looking after a football club that's got big games.
Okay, that's for me. If I'm England manager, that's the last thing on my list. Okay. The relationships with a football club.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, if I'm England manager, I'm looking at the numbers of minutes, and I think Thomas Tuchel alluded to this in his press conference. He said, this player's played 3,000 minutes, this player's... So he's like, they don't need to play, but let's get them together. Maybe during that period, you get them together, you can talk about set pieces. You can maybe have a day, this is at the World Cup, we're going to do this type of set piece. You connect with the players, bring them all together. But I'm not massively... Look, these friendlies at this period of time...
risky.
I don't know what the risk reward for the manager playing the starting 11. Maybe I'd have gone, right, for 45 minutes, I'm going to play my starting 11, which I'm thinking about playing against Croatia. And then you go home. I'm going to have a look at a few other players. Maybe that.
That's what I thought would have happened. The first game, just the first game.
Yeah.
And then, but maybe because Uruguay brought out a strong squad. Yeah, but I think they probably thought that we was going to have a strong squad for the but then they must have seen the list of who's available. Yeah. But they still brought out a strong squad. Do you know what I mean? So I look at it as that was a missed opportunity for players to get gelled in with the core players.
Yeah. Right, another story coming out of the England game was Ben White coming back into it after pulling out of the England squad in the World Cup.
I know, it's crazy.
So he's not played for England for a long time. He's only played 5 or 6, 7 games. He had an interesting night, Bridgie. Scored the goal, conceded the penalty, got booed by England fans.
When he scored.
What do you make of Ben White's, first of all, his decision?
Why did he pull out?
Well, from what we understand...
What we understand, do we know?
Not fully.
Not fully.
It's not been addressed.
We don't know.
But that's half the problem, because he's not come out and addressed it. But what we do know the facts is, he went to the World Cup, an incident happened, he felt...
Something's happened.
Or there's an agreement that he's left.
No, I think he left.
I don't know. We actually really know. So I find it really hard to make a comment, because obviously what we're doing, reading what someone's wrote in the press, I don't think we actually really know what happened. But I'm like, anyone who gets booed in an England shirt, I just find it really hard to swallow, because I think in different ways. I think a lot of stuff that I've seen players go through, and I think players are strong enough to take it, but everyone has a family, everyone has a mum and dad, everyone's got, and it affects everyone. And when we don't really know the ins and outs of what happened, I just don't. And he's got an England shirt in there, and he's playing football.
All right, then I'll flip.
So get behind him.
Okay, all right, that's a fair point. And what do you make of it?
I just think the PR could have been a lot better for him, to cover him and to try and half explain to the fans what's happened. He's walked away. It looks like he's walked away from an England.
No, he has walked away from England.
Well, and then on top, so the PR has to be better from England, from the FA.
Yeah,
from the FA and from his camp as well.
A lot of people, I remember a lot of people were a little bit like, oh, so what, he ain't playing anyway?
Yeah, I know, but it's still an opportunity. You're at a World Cup.
I just don't know the ins and outs why.
Exactly, so make it, do the PR for it.
I wouldn't just walk away.
Do the PR for it then.
Walk away that I wasn't playing. I think that's very difficult to do.
The PR for it.
I think that's very difficult.
You can spin something off. We see lies every day.
Coming to an agreement.
Yeah, but why does it have to be lies? There could be first of all,
then you won't get booed.
First of all, it's an honour.
You won't get booed.
I might have Bridgie's stance. Nobody should listen. In a nice, kind, beautiful world, nobody will get booed playing for England, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, right? It's an honour and a privilege to play for your country. And people,
if you're a patriot,
if you love England, you pay your money to go and watch. These people they work to go and follow England around the world, right? And if what they feel from Ben White is that
I get why they feel it.
You get why they feel it, right?
100% get why they feel it.
Listen, I've been booed. We've all been booed by fans, right? It ain't nice, yeah? But I tell you what, the flip side of being a footballer is you wouldn't change it.
I wouldn't leave.
So-
Like, I'd stay. And I would be next. You never know what's going to happen. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know when you're going to be needed. I would never walk away, right?
From your teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just don't really know what's happened.
Yeah, and that's a fair stance.
No one knows.
That's a fair.
It's something really bad would have had to happen.
So why don't he come out and go, this is what was said, and this is why I've come out, and then everyone go,
but
fair.
then-
If it was about it, everyone would go, fair enough, mate.
But the other
Do you know what I mean?
flip side to
You
that
don't have
is
to lie.
people are saying why should he come out?
Has this stuff ever happened to you? And you just don't come out and say it's
because
doesn't really matter.
No, because you're playing for your country. This is international. This is your country. This is patriotic.
Yeah.
This is supposed to mean everything towards to you.
Yeah.
Not just the people that pay you, your football club, but this is a privilege to go out there and play for your country and be noticed by everyone that I'm at a World Cup and we can go all the way here.
Yeah.
And whether you're playing or not, whether you feel that you want to be part, I don't say the fans are owed an explanation. I just think the PR could have spun it differently. And to protect the player, protect the FA, just spin something. Like, it could be a lie, it could be anything.
No, you can't lie. You can't lie.
Yeah, but whatever it was,
just say because it's open. Like, we had this conversation the other day. We're talking about Chelsea when it was like Chelsea was spitting a dummy out about the team being like football and communications. The team being for the Paris game being in the papers, right? Every team information gets out, right? Football's a community thing, particularly England. We all played for England. We cherished it, right? And it's every fan's dream. Like, and ultimately, football is. You have to have that. You have to. If I'm an England fan, which we could have all never played football and been an England fan, right? And imagine you're sitting there and you're paying to watch England, and then one of the players just decides something's happened, and he's leaving the England camp, right? And he's not telling everyone. Yes, he doesn't owe anyone an explanation, but I think he should come out and go, right.
But he hasn't said anything. That's the worst thing as well.
Because he could have gone, if he comes, and I'm all for forgiveness, if he comes out and goes, you know what, I was in my early 20s, I was missing home, I was a bit emotional, it wasn't that bad what was said to me, and I regret it, I'll come back into the fold. So, do you know what I mean? Like,
but you just don't know what's happened.
What was said?
I remember.
And if it was that, and if it was a dreadful thing that was said,
no one knows if it was anything said.
You just don't know what happened. I just don't know. Like, I remember being there and like you were at a tournament.
Yeah.
And it's like, I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee.
Yeah.
Because it was like you play.
Yeah.
And then everyone who's on the bench doesn't. Next day. Recovery day, getting an ice bath and going walk around the swimming pool. Yeah. But we're a team, we're going to stay together. Mate, I don't want to get an ice bath.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything yesterday. Can't we just go and train?
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee.
Yeah.
And the next game, we all went and trained. The ones that didn't play went and trained and got something out of it.
Yeah.
So otherwise, you want to do something.
Yeah, I remember.
But like, you just don't know what's gone on there. But to walk away, I don't agree with walking away, but I just don't. I feel like something must have happened.
Bad.
Something bad must have happened, but you just don't know.
It probably wasn't that bad. That's why no one's saying
anything. But I'm like, everyone, but he's being booed for just walking away, and I don't know if that's what's happened.
And the thing about this and all, I think the only person that brings him back into the fold would be a foreign manager. Honestly,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's why Tuchel's there because he doesn't take it that serious. He's like, nah. Because he's not patriotic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but he's looking at business first.
Yeah.
Because he's got a job to do. But a patriotic manager would be like, no, he walked away from England, so he ain't coming back in. So I think he's lucky that Tuchel's come in and is not looking at that part of what has happened.
Yeah, I'm not being militant with it. I get
what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean? If he wants to, but I'm just thinking of it pragmatically. If he's not explained,
he doesn't have to explain Coley. That's what I'm saying. I just said the PR has to be better to protect him. so he can come back in. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
there's been no There's
been nothing.
If I'm an England fan, so you've already got your back
So we're
up.
set up on
because he's-
conspiracies now.
No,
Like,
no,
you can say,
we're
you
not.
can say something.
No, I'm going
you
on
can say
factual.
something.
Something's happened. He's walked out an England squad, and I'm just saying.
But
right,
do you know that for full fact?
Yeah, we know something happened. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know what's happened? It could be anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not saying.
Speculation.
I've heard what I think has happened.
See what I'm saying? It's heard. It's speculation.
Yeah, but
it's not
I'm
facts.
not even putting that aside. The fact that something's happened and he's walked away from England
without an explanation.
and I don't understand why the kid don't just come out and go, "This is what's happened." Either I'm sorry or I don't care, but I still want to play for England.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
be happy
you'd
with
respect
that.
it more. But it is what it is.
I just think, I know how hard it is to play. All right, your son are vying with Ben White for an England place, right? He pips it. It's your only son's chance to go and play for England at the World Cup. And then something happens and he walks out and then your son's sitting on the beach going, that could have been me.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at it. That's the way I'm looking at it.
There's so many ways to look at it.
And people don't see it that way. A lot of fans, they might not see it that way because they might look at it as like, oh, you're just picking on him because, like, no. Once you sign up to go and play for your country, yeah, mate, you could have a death in the family, but you always, because it's your country, yeah, and you might say, do you know what? I've got to go because something bad's happened to me. That bad, I've got to leave camp.
Yeah.
And everyone would understand.
Yeah, of course they would.
And it's happened before.
Yes.
But if it's a comment or something that you don't like and you've gone, I'm leaving anyway, that's throwing your toys out the pram. So there's two ways. That's why I say the PR could have been a lot better for it. That's it.
Right, before we go, two managerial on either end of the spectrum come in. Roy Hodgson's gone in at 78 years of age to Bristol City. He's managed them before about 60 years ago, whatever it was.
Fair play to him.
Fair play. But listen, he loves it, mate. If you're 78 and you're getting employed, you do your thing.
I think my missus would say, you don't like me, do you?
Yeah.
Still reading 82, bruv.
Mate, some people love it. Some people love it.
You don't like being at home.
I remember I was at Sam's wedding, actually, and I was sat with Cesc and his missus was there. And they were asking what I do and everything. And I don't really do anything. And Cesc obviously loves football, going into like managerial. And she was like, can't you just be a bit more like him? Spend some time at home.
Be careful what you wish for, love. Right, and another one on the other end, our mate Jermaine Defoe getting his first managerial job. Listen, we ain't got time this week, but I want to get into this subject because this is a player who's played over 50 times for England. He's one of the Premier League top strikers of all time, and he's coached for a few years. He's got all of his badges, and he's having to go down at Woking, who are 11th in the National League.
What's wrong with
to get an
Woking?
No, listen, no.
Mate, I'll say fair play. You got to say fair play to him.
I am saying fair play to him, and fair play to Woking for giving him a chance. But what I would say is Woking are very, very lucky to have a man of Jermaine's caliber and stature in the game coming through the door. We wish him give him time, give him a lot of money.
Woking.
Jermaine,
what type of money are we talking about?
I'm only 20 minutes away from Woking, mate, if you need a hand.
There you go. We'll help him. We'll come in. But big up to Jermaine.
Yeah.
Wish him all the best.
He can come round to yours afterwards. After
he might need to. Right. Listen, that's all we got time for. I've enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to the Dressing Room Podcast. And what do you have to do, Coley? You ain't got a Scooby, have you?
Don't just put that on me.
Rate, review, like and subscribe.
Yeah, you got it. Rate, review, like and subscribe.
There we go.
Laters.
Laters. Ta-da.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake, and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music. The music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music, but since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
Gorée is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gorée remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gorée Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gorée, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return. from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of 2 types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans, we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the Hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there. And he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. so those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grande. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish, and we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't, but we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school, we pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. there's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River, just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.